Hallelujah. Shadana Hanabulea Hotenu, Abiama Yes Kawabiako, Atakados, Shemeka Pados, Madu Shemeka Homamae, Shama Bene Shabbat, Shabbat, the door of time, the Ola, Bene Bene Israel, Otilona, Kisha Shagri Masa, Shadai Shamaim, where Tares, Bayon Masbi, Shabbat, why not Fox? Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Tulateka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Ino, Lolam Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabod Malkuto, Lolam Mahe, Baruch Kabod Lohim, Bin Kumor, Melech Yom, Hallelujah, Lolam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right and see. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eliezer, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
We got to learn to take more heed to ourselves. Take more heed to ourselves than taking heed to others. Because we got to take heed to ourselves. And in order to take heed to ourselves, we have to have a conscience. See, we're not going to take heed to ourselves if we don't have a conscience. We're not going to take heed to ourselves if we are not in that type in that mode of correcting yourself. Because in order to take heed to yourself, you got to be able to pinpoint the wrong in you. You got to be able to pinpoint the fault that you have in you. You got to be able to pinpoint the blemish and the defectiveness against God. Huh? That's the only way we will be able to take heed to ourselves. To take heed to yourself means what? We have to be truthful with ourselves. Because if I'm not truthful with myself, I'm going to still justify the wrong that I do towards God and man. I'm going to justify the wrong that I do. And when someone tells you was wrong, you're not going to be able to pinpoint and see the wrong in yourself. Why? Because in order to see the wrong in yourself, which is a godly trait, in order to see the wrong in yourself, which is a godly trait, a godly trait, that's what that is. Okay? A conscience, able to make amends in correction with God and man. And when you're making a correction, you don't repeat the fault that you have done. Because if you repeat it, there's no correction in you. If you repeat it, there's no correction in you. In your eyes, you was never wrong. In my eyes, I'm never wrong. So because in your eyes or in my eyes or in our eyes, we are not wrong, guess what? We tend to repeat the same thing over and over and over. We repeat and do the same thing over and over and over. Guess what? All it takes is for the person to get emotional. Huh? All it takes is for a person to get emotional. Now, your emotions can drive you closer to God, and your emotions can pull you away from God. All depends on how it's directed. Because God gave us a commandment of how to deal with our emotions. He said to love God with all your heart, soul, and might. And when you love God with all your heart, soul, and might, guess what? There's no person that can supersede that. There's nobody that can go over that. Nothing goes over God. Nothing comes over God. Nothing supersedes the laws, the commandments, and the statutes of God, because we need to realize that there's only one God. And there's only one way to serve this God. There's only one way to serve this God. Now, the God that I serve, this God that I serve has no beginning and no end. Huh? You're not going to find a record of how this God began or how he started. You're not going to read, or there's no record of the ending of this God.
God has no beginning.
Because God has no beginning and no end. So once you start worshiping deities and idols, and these deities and idols have a beginning and an end, there are no gods.
Some of them got mothers.
Some of them got mothers. Some of them got fathers.
Born of adultery.
But these are the deities and the idols that the people, that the neighboring people that we live amongst serve and worship. But people tend to restrain and then pull away from restrictions. I said naturally. People tend to pull away from things or people that have restrictions.
Too many restrictions, they don't want to be part of that.
Too much restrictions, they don't want to be a part of it.
That's right.
That's a natural human habit, which is wickedness, which is evil. Because you will have the restrictions of God and emphasize on the restrictions of God, and people will turn it around and say, those are your rules. No, these are not my rules. These are not my laws. These are not my commandments. This is God's rules. This is God's commandments. This is God's law. And you will only respect these rules if you honor this God. If you had came to the realization that the God of Israel is God, and there is no other way to serve this God, then you will bind yourself according to these restrictions. Then you will bind yourself according to these restrictions, according to these commandments, according to these laws. This day was set up from of old. This day was set up from the beginning with the only book where you have a record of a beginning of how the earth was created. But people disbelieve this. People do not believe this because they don't believe in God.
Right.
Which means what? You cannot serve the Lord. We are not able to serve this God. Joshua said, because he's a holy God. So he gave us holy laws to differentiate us. Who said we can't be different? That's why God gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes to differentiate us from the people that we live amongst. Huh? How else will we be a cause or a light from among the nation? How will we be a light in the midst of these nations or in the midst of people? What's going to cause you to stand out like a sore thumb? What's going to cause you to stand out? The laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God. So again, back to the originator. God said, take heed to yourself. Huh? I said, God said to take heed to yourself. Yeah. And of lately, when things transpire, you have to be able, when you're not in your anger,
You have to be able to sit back and rewind the tapes and be truthful with yourself and say, well, you know what? I didn't have to say that. I didn't have to react this way. I didn't have to move this way. Now, when you're voicing these things, you got to be truthful with yourself, because only when you're truthful with yourself, I will come to you. I will come to you. But for me to come to you, I got to humble myself. In Proverbs 6, he said, humiliate yourself. Well, we going to get into that.
Humility.
Humiliate.
Humility. You need to learn that.
It's a negative side to it and a positive side to it. I'm going to reveal to you the positive side of humiliating yourself, which comes from humility, which comes from being humble before God. You can't serve God having pride. You can't serve God being vain. You got to be able to humble yourself. He said meek. What Solomon say? He said by meekness and being truthful, you can expiate iniquity. Just by being meek and humble, you can make atonement for your iniquities. Because during a person being meek and humble, there's another thing that comes with it. You're sorrowful. You will be sorrowful for your actions. You will be sorrowful for your actions, because when you're sorrowful for your actions, you don't repeat it. You don't repeat it. But people come to you and say, man, I'm sorry, man, I shouldn't have did this. 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, Lord have mercy. Don't let them get angry. Oh, Lord have mercy. Don't let her get angry. The same thing that person apologized for is repeated. My goodness, God gave you a chance. I said, God gave you a chance, which is what? A godly trait, which is a merciful God. And God said, in order to receive mercy from me, you got to be merciful. In order to receive pity and compassion from me, you got to have pity and compassion. So how in the world we expect and want mercy, pity, compassion from God, but we can't give that to each other? I said, we can't give that to each other. Huh? We can't give that to each other. Those are godly traits.
Like we hate each other.
But we act like we hate each other. We act like we despise each other. He said the unity of brethren is compared to the ointment that ran down the beard of the high priest, which is that holy anointing ointment. Nobody was able to make no ointment compared to that.
For one purpose.
It's one of a kind. And only for one purpose. One purpose. But we go around each other and act like we hate and despise each other.
We hate each other, man.
Brother come around and say, man, he want to kill the world.
Words of hate.
You know what the prince said? The prince turned to Mahaba. He said, Chief, he said, you can't kill everybody.
Kill everybody.
Can't kill everybody, Chief.
Even if they deserve it.
Easy.
That's what he said. Even if
And guess what? My father didn't have pride in him, or as much pride in him, to where he could not listen to the authority.
he was able to see it and take
He was able to see it,
heed.
take heed, and apply it to itself. And as time go on, and as time grow, and as you grow in this way of life, we either get better or we get worse. One or the other. Or we end up being stagnated, which causes you to back up like a backsliding heifer. Yeah. We either get better or worse. Your mentality either get better or worse. Certain things should not come into your mind at all. But because of our iniquities and our transgressions against God, it leaves a breach in the opening in our spirit for these volatile, sagacious, violent thoughts to come to your mind. Because we have sinned against God, which causes us to have a blemish on our spirit. Iniquity, sin is what causes us to have a blemish on your spirit. Whether you stole or committed adultery, whether you robbed or lied, anytime we sin presumptuously, our spirit becomes a blemish, which is a blot, a defective, a physical defect, a spiritual defect. We're going to go into that later, which is Deuteronomy 17. It will be my first chapter. Let's go into Deuteronomy 17. Let's go into Deuteronomy chapter 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 17. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep.
Thou shalt not sacrifice any bullock or what?
Or sheep wherein is blemish.
All right, hold on. There's only one Passover. The Passover commemorates when the death angel passed over Egypt and killed all the firstborn in Egypt. The only place that God did not touch with that wrath was Goshen, where the nation of Israel resides. They was commanded to put the blood of the lamb on the side post and the upper post, so that when the death angel passed over, when he see the blood on the side post and the upper post, he will not enter into your house, because he was given strict commands from God. The angels listen to God. Even the adversary, who was called Shatan. You know that's what his name means? Shatan means to be adverse to God, to be opposite to God. So when you get opposite thoughts, contrary thoughts towards what the book says, that is the adversary. But we have to be on point with ourselves. We got to be able to take heed. We got to be able to know and realize from whence cometh the evil spirit, from iniquity. We got to be able to pinpoint these things, because we get thoughts in our brain to do things contrary to God. Wait a minute. Where did this thought come from? Where did this come from? Don't just jump straight into these things that comes to our head because it sounds good. Because you're gaining from it. So now the Passover is the Passover of the angel when the death angel passed over Egypt. And the death angel was commanded by God. Hey, even the adversary, who is Satan, is commanded by God. Satan, who is the adversary, can't do nothing without God accepting it or allowing it. But God allows it according to your lifestyle. I said, I'm sorry. I said, God allows it according to your lifestyle, according to how you live. Because if it ain't justified, I said, if it ain't justified, because God knows our heart, and God tries the reins in the heart of man to differentiate and to know what to do to you according to the consequences of your actions. I said, according to the consequences of your actions. So that's how God deals with you. He tries the reins according to the works of your own hands. So he will allow the adversary to have his way with you. But there was restrictions, stipulations, commands. So he told him, he said, listen, man. He said, hast thou seen my servant Job? He said he turns away from evil. That's what eschew evil means. He said he's perfect and upright. And he turns away from evil. He said he's only doing this because of what you do for him, God. He said, okay, go ahead. He said, but don't touch his life. So when bad things happen, it don't have to be punishments. It don't have to be a punishment. It could be a test or a trial that God is putting through to test the severity of your heart, to evaluate yourself, to see what standards and what place. See, we not in what category. He categorizes us. You are not in the same category as him. This one is not in the same category as him. We are not in the same category, because what you do, this one won't do. What this one do, he'll die before he do it. So we are not the same. What comes to your head don't come to that person's head. What you thought came to my head never came to my head.
Yeah.
Huh? What you thought, that came in your head. You're all coming up with these atrocious ideas.
So a man thinketh.
Wait, repeat that, Chief.
So a man thinketh.
So a man thinketh.
So is he.
So is he. Say the other one. So a woman thinketh. So is she.
Because you're that way.
You know why people think this way? Because that's the way you
That's
are.
the way you are. That's right.
You know why people have these atrocious thoughts in their mind? Because that's the way you are. It's called elevation, man. Elevation with God. Elevate yourself with God, man. I said elevate yourself with God. So the adversary only do according to what God allows him to do. So now, back to the offerings. I see a lot of Israelites. Lord have mercy. And this is why we have so many bald heads. This is why people eat blood. This is why there's so much confusion, because we're messing with things that God said not to mess with. A lot of Israelites is killing lambs and goats, talking about the success. And then you got these God-forsaken Israelites that saying prayers during the sacrifices of these lambs. Why do you pick the eve of the Feast of Unleavened Bread to kill a lamb? When number one, in order to do these things, you need a priest. You need a high priest. Okay? Number two, we don't have the grounds of the temple. Number three, you are no priest. Because in order to have a priest in these days and times, you have to be consecrated. In order to have a priest in these days and times, you got to show me where the temple is.
Not a Kohen.
There are no camps. Should be calling themselves temples.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
That's correct.
There's only one temple, man. And that temple was built in Jerusalem.
Only one spot.
And God had allowed it to be desecrated because of our iniquities and our sins against God. I said, God allowed that temple to be desecrated because of our sins against God. What's wrong with us, man?
No priest office.
This is not Passover. It was only one Passover. And during the Passover, when we left, we only ate the bitter herbs one time.
One time. They didn't do it every year.
With our loins girded and the staff of our hands. Okay, if you want to eat the bitter herbs, no problem. You go ahead, but I don't have to eat
You
it.
don't have to.
It's not a command or a law that I have to eat the bitter herbs. That was just done because of what? Of the bitterness that the nation of Israel went through in Egypt. 430 years they served these people. And God said, you know how to treat a stranger, because you should know of all people the heart of being a stranger, because you at one point in time in your life was a stranger in the land of Egypt. See, we don't know how to treat people. See, God has revealed to us how to be good, learn to do well, hey, Steve, how to improve. And the book shows us how to improve before God. I said the book shows us how to improve. The book shows us how to do well. we got to know how to treat people. We got to know what to say to people and what not to say, what to do and what not to do, so that you don't offend him, so that I don't offend you. Be on point with that. But that don't mean nothing to nobody. People, nobody. You want to offend and say offensive words and want me to just eat it. Eat it. Put ketchup, salt, and pepper on it and eat it. Next thing you turn into a deer. Bring the whole thing back up and regurgitate and eat it again. And you want me to keep eating it. You know why I say regurgitate and keep eating it again? Because this is yeah, okay then. The brother in the back said this is a repeated action. So I have to turn into a deer. I got to turn into a goat with 4 stomachs and keep chewing and bringing it up. When I bring it up, you throw it back to me and want me to eat it again. I ain't going to continue to keep eating. God didn't teach me that.
Turn the other cheek.
Turn the other cheek. Why are we so offensive to each other? You gotta be that way, man. You gotta be that way. And when you're offensive, you gotta be able to come to the person and say, yo, listen, brother. I said this, and this, and this, and this. I apologize. I didn't mean it for you to take it that way. It takes humbleness to do these things. And this is why you need humbleness and meekness to live according to these laws, commandments, and statutes. You know why? You need to be humble because this comes from the wisest man, one of the wisest men that ever lived. And you that serve God, and you'll never be as wise as this man. So therefore, when we come across these wise men that knew how to serve God better than us, then we got to take what? You might want to take the advice. Huh? It says, and he said unto him, beware of all unrighteousness. Don't pick and choose. I'm right with this, but with this I'll do. We all pick and choose. Even I have, at a point in my life, has picked and choose of what I should do and should not do when it's all the same. We have to learn to respect and have respect for all of God's laws. And because we are liars by nature, that is the most hardest thing to stop. You know why? Because you don't want to lie, but somehow this lie keeps coming out. He said, beware of all unrighteousness. And he gave every man commandments concerning his neighbor. Huh? You mean to tell me that's why God gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes? So we can learn how to treat each other? Which means what? I don't know how to treat you. Huh? I don't know how to be good to you. Huh? I don't know that. So God had to give us these laws, commandments, and statutes to show us how to be good with each other. How to consider each other. Know what to say and what not to say so that I don't offend you. And you don't get the wrong perspective. You can't get mad at me for having the wrong perspective. I can't get mad at you for having the wrong perspective. Well, I ain't mean it that way, man. Shoot, man, forget him. No, that's not the way. And if the person took it that way, there's some type of sorrowful supposed to set in. because you feel bad that the person took it that way. And because he took or she took it that way, I got to go to them. That is the urge and the feelings that's supposed to stir up within me for me to come to you and say, listen, man, I know you took it this way. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to take it that way. I don't want you to take it that way because I don't want you to look at me that way.
That ain't happening. Because he meant it when he said it.
You know why that don't happen? You know why that never happens? Because when a person say things, they really mean it.
So you take it however you want.
Yeah.
When the book says it may be not so, that's for them. Those are righteous people.
People who remember everything.
When people say things and they say things out of emotions and anger, but this has been a repeated action.
Yeah.
You really meant this.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
So
The book shows us how to be good.
That's right.
The book shows us how to be righteous.
That's right.
The book gives us a path and a road to righteousness. And if we don't follow it, we will be destined to the pit.
Yeah.
We don't believe that.
True.
We don't believe that God do have a pit. They're even making videos. They're even making videos of it. At the bottom of the pit was the adversary. And this Negro scrolls and easily slides down the pole and ends up on the adversary's lap. The stripping pole, which is the Asherah pole, which is a pole from old. But we think it's a game. We think it's a game. We don't believe.
Yeah.
Because if you believe, they'll trigger actions. You start getting your life right.
That's right.
Because all those that don't believe God and don't change towards the laws and the commandments of God, you will be going to the pit.
Yeah. Say it again, John.
I mean, I wasn't put here to put no butter on it.
No.
And I never was taught to put butter.
We didn't receive it like that.
We didn't receive it like that.
Straight up.
My father gave it to me hard.
Yeah.
And he didn't pat my back.
Right.
So the only way and my only delivery is to give it to you the way it is.
No other options.
There's no other options.
No way out of that.
One brother said, he said, man, I ain't gonna mention the brother's name, but the brother said, he said, we need teachings like this.
Only
Yeah.
one person out of the whole group said
One person out of the whole congregation.
the rest of the
The
group
man
said,
said, we need teachings like this. You know why? Because hard teachings trigger changes.
That's right.
Hard teachings, you're going to see yourself. Hard teachings, you're going to look at yourself. And you're going to say, man, I need to change. I need to get better with God. Hard teachings reveals and show you the picture and the outlook. The actual picture and the outlook and the end. If I don't push for these laws, commandments, and statutes.
Yeah, wholeheartedly. Talk about it. Talk about
You gotta come hard with this.
Gotta come hard.
You don't have an attitude, but you gotta come hard with it.
So, read that over. Thou shalt not sacrifice
Unto the Lord thy God, any bullock or sheep
any bullock
or sheep,
or sheep
wherein is blemish.
wherein is blemish. We can't do sacrifices here, man.
Talk about it.
I said we can't do sacrifices here, man.
The poor little animals.
Has to be yours.
Huh?
The poor little animals.
And if God said we can't do sacrifices, then why do we attend the sacrifices? Why?
Rituals.
Services. Yeah.
Sacrificial rituals.
Yeah.
Why do we attend these things?
Talk about it, John.
It's God above everything.
Talk about it, John.
It's the laws of God above everything. I will not take part in this.
Yeah.
You're not going to catch me praying during those sacrifice. You're not going to catch me with you. Oh, you guys want to sacrifice? Well, let me know when y'all done. I'm going that way. Because I don't want God to include me in this by me attending.
Once you attend.
Once you attend, you are included.
Just like school. Just like school.
You're part of it.
Talk about it.
Huh?
Talk
And
about
if we do recognize that is God over everything, you put God's laws first. First. Now, what is a blemish? Huh? A blemish is a moon. Mem, shabuts, mem, sophie. It's a defect. Now, this blemish that we're talking about is a physical defect of the animal. Physical defect. 3 legs, 1 eye, he can't see. A physical defect, a physical bodily defect. But then you have a spiritual defect, right? Because your spirit can be defective by the things that we do in life that is contrary to what God says. So moral stains. It's called a moral stain. Moral stains, morals. Morals have to do with your principles of what is right and wrong. Principles of what you feel or how you think and what is right and wrong. So my principles are based upon the principles of God.
Yeah.
And God has revealed to me what is right and what is wrong according to his laws, commandments, and statutes.
Yeah.
Now I can tell whether you have good morals or you have bad morals
So much.
according to how you live.
That's right.
I said according to how you live,
That's right.
according to what you feel and what you think is right and wrong.
Yeah.
Because everybody's morals is not compared to the right and wrong of what God said is right and wrong. Okay? Principles of right and wrong in behavior and the goodness or badness of human character. A person's standards of behavior or beliefs concerning what is and is not acceptable for them to do. So because you have bad morals, you think it's okay to sleep around and you're still married. Well, I only slept around because he slept around. So you number one, you feel you're obligated to do it because he did it. When God already said and told us that a man is able to have 2 or more wives. But the thing is that men hide these women. I have a wife and I sneak behind my wife's back and I have a secret admirer, a secret woman. That still don't make it right for you to sleep around, woman, because God didn't give you the right to do so. God said if a man have a wife or 2 or more. So in adultery, do we really know what adultery is? Adultery for a man is when you cohabitate or have sex with a married woman. The woman's married and you go and have sexual relations with her. You supposed to die and that woman's supposed to die.
She's married.
Because she's married.
Not because he's married.
Not because he's married.
They gotta understand
She's
that
married.
because she's
That's
married.
right.
Okay? Now, adultery for a woman is she has sexual relations with any man besides her husband.
That's
Right.
right.
That's right.
But the reason why you have men and women that don't accept this because we have been Americanized and brainwashed.
Yeah,
According
very
to
bad.
society,
Very bad.
according to how our parents raised us,
Very bad.
and and we have not been raised in the laws and the commandments of God.
Not with that mentality. No.
Talk about it, John.
Okay? Now,
Mm-mm.
your morals are your ideas about right and wrong, especially how you should act and treat people.
Yeah.
I can also determine if you have good morals if you know how to act,
How your
That's
behavior.
right.
your behavior,
That's right.
if you know how to treat people.
That's right.
It's a treatment that comes with doing these laws. We didn't figure that out yet. I said there's a treatment that comes with doing and fulfilling the laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God. You are out of line. Out of line.
Yeah.
But we have refused to accept the fact that you are out of line.
Yeah.
and you continue to justify yourself and you're out of line. And I want you to agree with me while I'm out of line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where they do that at?
Okay.
I said, where they do that at? God is against that.
Mm-hmm.
I said, God is against that.
That's right.
And I would never choose the laws of God. I would never choose you over the laws of God.
That's right.
Let's read it.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness, but that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God.
Abominable before God. It's detestable to God. God hated it. All these sacrifices that's going up, God despises it. It's not accepted. So stop sacrificing and killing these poor lambs and goats like God accepts this. Like this is a accept. No. Stop doing it.
Yeah.
Because all we doing is digging a hole for ourselves.
Deeper and deeper.
We're digging our own hole. Slowly. With a tablespoon. Because that's what this is what happens. We are slowly driving ourselves towards the grave. Slow death. Now you end up being sick. Now things start happening to you, but you refuse to recognize from whence it came. You refuse to recognize from where it came from. You blame everybody else except for yourself.
Yeah.
I said you blame and we blame everybody else except for blaming ourselves. You know why? Because we don't have a conscience to make amends with God.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Because if we blamed ourselves and we realized that it was because of me, then that should trigger changes within your life. Let's read it.
Verse 2. If there be found among you within any of thy gates which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman, that hath wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God, in transgressing his covenant.
Okay. I said, okay. Which had wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God in transgressing his covenant. So you mean to tell me the only thing that God considers evil and wickedness is when we transgress the covenant and the laws and the commandments of God? Huh?
Yeah.
So why we look at people and say you're evil when there was no violation in the laws of God?
Uh-huh.
When there was no violation in the laws of God, I look at the person and tell them that he's evil. I look at the sister and tell her that she's evil when there was no violation of the covenant of God. Which means God only considers and look at what is evil when we violate these laws. According to the laws, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's what God said is evil. That's what God looked at as being evil. Go ahead.
And have gone and served other gods.
And have gone and served other gods. Huh? Gone. Yalak. To go. To walk. Now to go means what? A procedure. A procedure is a traditional or established way of doing something. What is traditional? Traditions are passed down from parents.
Procedures that are passed down.
Procedures are passed down from parents. And these procedures that's passed down are not procedures and traditions of God that are godly. They're not godly traditions. They're not righteous traditions. They're not godly procedures. They're not righteous procedures. So these procedures and these traditions do not count. It don't count.
You don't have to keep it.
I don't have to do this. Go ahead, let's read it.
And have gone and served other gods and worshiped them.
And have gone and served other gods and worshiped them. People think you got to be in the church to serve other gods. People think you got to be in the church to serve other gods.
No.
People think you got to be in the Muslim mosque, in the mosque jig. Jig come from jigsaw. Mas jig. No. You know what it is? All I got to do is turn away from God.
That's right.
And I'm serving an idol.
That's
I'm
right.
serving other gods. Because you're following procedures and you're following actions that is not of God.
That's right.
That you don't read here in the book.
Yeah.
People has left off from serving God and living their own life.
Yeah.
And living their own life.
All hearts lust.
Living according to their own heart's lusts. But then guess what? In their mind, they're good.
Good.
I said in their mind, they're good. But you know why in your mind you're good? Because it's not for you to see the evil. You know why in your mind you're good? It's because it's not for you to see the evil in you. It's not for you to change and come back to God.
You're on the list determined to be destroyed.
That's right.
You are on the list to be determined to be destroyed.
You are marked for death.
You are marked for death.
Can't see it.
So you're not going to be able to see the
see it.
wrongness in your lifestyle that you had. You're not going to be able to see the turn that you took for the worse.
That's cold.
Okay? Where we at?
Talk about it.
Verse 3. And have gone and served other gods and worship them, either the sun or moon.
And have gone and what? Served other gods.
And worship them,
And worship them.
either the sun or moon,
Uh-huh.
or any of the hosts of heaven,
Or any of the hosts of heaven.
which I have not commanded.
Which I have not commanded thee. Because all religions came from astrology. All religions came from astrology. Christianity. Islam.
Buddhism,
Buddhism.
Taoism,
Yorubaism. Taoism. All these isms and schisms refer you back to astrology.
all that chakra stuff.
Chakra.
Yeah.
And the third eye, and you got people walking around. There's a chick on Instagram walking around with an eye around her neck, and diamonds and black diamonds and black this and purple diamonds and pink diamonds, crystals
Magic
to take away evil, take
Birthstones is magic stones.
that's it.
Sage.
What's wrong with us?
Devil worship.
What's wrong with us? But all these things, the people have to go that way.
Uh-oh.
I said you have to go that way.
Teach.
Because everybody have a destination in life.
Yeah.
We all have our own destiny. Your destiny is not my destiny.
We ain't walking the same road.
My destiny is not your destiny. This person's destiny is not that person's destiny. We all have different roles in life that we have to take. Have to. You gotta go that way.
Yeah, say it again, John.
I say you have to
You
go
have
that
to go
way.
that way. Facts. That's why that's happening.
Because you called it to your own self. Because you called it for your own self. Now some people, God turned towards God. God pulled them towards us so that you can give you a chance.
Opportunity.
Give you an opportunity. There are certain people that God looked and he said, listen, this person has enough good in him or her that let me give him or her an opportunity to know or to learn about the true and living God called the Eternal One.
Yeah.
Now, according to that time that God gave you, that space, you had that amount of time to learn and God and do, and God want to see what you're going to do with what you're learning. Whether you are on this trial, because you're on trial now, God is deciding whether I should keep you or push you away. And if I don't do nothing towards godly enough or righteous enough, once you get to that trial end, you're going to get pushed off.
Somehow,
I said, you're going to get pushed off, man. Let's read it. What verse we at?
Verse 4.
Let's read.
And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquire diligently, and behold, it be true.
Inquire diligently. Denashta Heiteb. You know what that
Inquisition.
Ashtahe means? To inquire or to seek out the good. Huh? We don't seek out the good during judgment.
No.
We don't seek out to see who is right. You know what to seek out the good is?
Bad judges.
Wait, man, wait a minute, man. There's a way to go about judging matters.
That's right. Talk about it.
So when God said to judge the matter righteously, the first thing God said is to seek out who's right.
Right.
Come on, man.
So I gotta ask you this question.
That's right.
Seek out who is right in this matter.
That's right.
Find that out.
That's right.
And when you seek out who's right in this matter, then God said, he said, don't justify the wicked.
That's
Well,
right.
wicked
He said, don't justify the wicked.
I throw this chair at you.
I throw this chair at you.
That happens.
He said, don't justify the wicked
Yeah, talk about it,
and
John.
condemn the righteous. Which means what? Righteousness don't have friends. Righteousness don't have family.
Right.
Righteousness don't have relatives.
Right.
Righteousness stands alone.
Yeah.
Levado.
Doesn't recognize anyone.
Don't recognize nothing else
But righteous.
but righteousness.
Yeah, talk
You see what the book says, man? Inquire diligently. That Ashta Hayteb means to seek out the good, seek out the righteous, seek out who is right within the matter. Then I will be able to judge the matter.
right.
You can't judge the matter without seeking out who is right
That's right.
and who is wrong.
That's
I
right.
can't just
No
listen.
partiality.
Go by
No
that.
partiality.
I can't just go by what I heard. I gotta ask some questions.
Can't go by what I heard.
That's right.
I gotta ask
Yeah,
questions.
people lie.
Now, you know what this now, huh? This go for amongst with our people
Yeah.
Only.
only.
Make it clear.
You know what my father said? And we need to learn from our father and follow the footsteps of our father.
Mhm.
Paulie said, he said, yeah. He said, they eat blood and fat and they doing that. He said, but guess what?
Sure.
Abba said, we serve the same God. I said, Abba said,
Over
said,
everything, that's all.
over everything. I said, he said, we serve the same God.
That's a fact.
And you know what he said after that?
That's what held him.
No, that what?
He said that's what held
That's what held him back. He said, because of that,
him.
I accept it. Because of that, I won't do this to you.
That's it.
He said, because of that, I have accepted you.
He left that.
Because of that, I have dealt with you.
Huh.
He has left matters alone.
Because of that, he has left matters alone.
Yeah.
But we think we better than our father.
That's the
Yeah.
problem.
I said, we think we better than our own father who showed us what righteousness is. Our father showed us who righteousness is.
Fact. Big fact.
But we think we better than our father.
Yeah.
No.
You want to supersede and go over. You can't go over the righteousness of your pops.
That's right.
Isaac never went over Abraham.
That's right.
Jacob never went over Isaac.
That's right.
The 12 tribes never went over Jacob.
Yeah. Everybody got their place.
They followed their fathers. Who are we not to follow our father?
That's
That's
right.
Who are we?
That's right.
Like we better.
Too much.
So because of that, I follow the footsteps of my pops.
Yeah, me too.
And certain things I gotta leave off from.
Me too.
Why? Because we serve the same God.
Me too.
Certain matters I gotta leave off from. Why? Because we serve the same God. Certain things you get a pass from. Why? Because we serve the same God. Why? Because my father did it.
Way better than him.
And I ain't better than my father.
That's right.
Neither are you, Garcon.
That's right.
She said the stand.
My father set the standards. And he gave me an outlook. He gave me of how to perceive and what to look for and how to look at this book.
So we can get it
To
over.
where there is no, I haven't met the person that have the same outlook and able
Me
to
neither.
perceive this book the
Me
way
neither.
my father
No
perceives
one,
it.
not one person on this
Yeah.
planet. Me neither, brother.
Yeah. Why? Because he go according to what he reads. Yeah. He goes according to what he reads in the book.
The insight.
The insight
Talk about.
that God gave him. Yeah.
Baruch Elohim. Baruch Elohim.
Thank God.
Thank God for my pops.
Let's read it.
And it be told thee,
Right.
and thou hast heard it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing
Now, after
certain,
you done sought out, inquired diligently, if it's true,
and the thing certain that such abomination is wrought in
that
Israel,
such abominable things was done in Israel,
then thou shalt bring forth that man,
then
or that
thou
woman,
shalt bring forth that man
or that woman,
or that woman
which have committed that wicked thing,
which
unto
had
thy
committed
gates,
that wicked thing.
unto thy gates.
Wicked thing, right? A thing, a dabad, also means a matter or a word. We gotta be careful with the words that we voice out of our mouth. Because sometimes we say blasphemous words against God. And God hates those words and despise and hate your voice.
That's a fact.
Because we say things contrary and opposite to what God says. Now we block ourselves. We block ourselves from God by voicing certain things.
Yeah.
We block ourselves by God by saying certain things.
Yeah.
Now I don't want you back.
That's
You
right.
can't find your way back
That's
here
right.
because of what you done said out your mouth.
That's right.
He said, okay, now you're going to have to stand on what you said.
Talk about it.
You don't even know what you said.
Talk about it.
You don't even know what you
Probably
said.
won't remember.
Huh? But we say certain
Don't
things
remember.
to block ourselves.
That's
We
right.
say certain things to cut ourselves off.
That's
There
right.
are two ways of being cut off. Neked and hikaret, tikaret.
Talk about
One means to die. The other one means to be alienated, to be estranged, to remove from customary environment. You know what customary environment is? This is my customary environment. Now, next week, I done conjured up some ideas
Here next week.
that I have to leave here
it. That's right.
So whatever reason,
for whatever reason.
good or bad.
And I'm going somewhere else to congregate.
Uh-huh.
Watch it.
Talk about it.
God has removed me.
Watch it.
You know why? Because I was ordained by my Father to keep this going.
That's right.
I was commanded to
Yeah.
keep this going.
Talk about it.
You know when this stops? When we lose the apartment
That's
Or
right.
die.
or die.
That's right.
It's different.
That's it.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Then thou shalt bring forth that man or that woman which hath committed that thing unto thy gates, even that man or woman, and shalt stone them with stones till they die.
That's a horrible death, man. Stone them with stones that they die. That's a horrible death. Ain't nothing inhumane about the punishment that God has ordained.
Yeah.
If God said kill them,
Kill them in this way.
I gotta accept it. If God said don't accept them, I gotta accept it. But people with distorted mindsets read the book and disagree with what God said when God said this person's supposed to die. That person's supposed to die.
Yeah.
This person's supposed to get stoned.
Yeah.
People disagree with it. And they say, and they call God inhumane.
Yeah.
The one who
I
made
said,
humans.
they call God inhumane. The one who created man and woman. He said, the one who created man and woman. Now, in your distorted mind, Adam wasn't the first man.
I'm hearing that a
Neither
lot
was
now.
Eve.
They're saying that a lot
There was only one man and one woman. And their names was Adam and Eve. There was no man before Adam.
now.
And there was no woman before Eve. There was no woman named Lilith that messed with Eve. Those are Jewish folklores, fairy tales. That's not true.
Not true, man. Lilith does not exist.
Go ahead, read.
At the mouth of two witnesses or
At the
three
mouth of
witnesses,
two witnesses,
or three witnesses,
or three witnesses,
shall he that is worthy of death be put to death.
shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. So you can't kill nobody, put him to death off of what you say.
Uh-huh.
Nope.
No proof. Only you saying this.
Uh-huh.
Huh? Only you saying this. And the person want me to believe him off of what he's saying. And we can't do this here. You can go ahead and put somebody to death and see what happens. You're going to be on America's Most Wanted. Prime suspect. Prime suspect on America's Most Wanted. And they're going to hunt you down. They're going to hunt you down. They're going to get you.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be all over TV.
Somebody going to give you up.
Somebody gonna
I would like to make a unanimous tip.
They're gonna tell.
I just saw he's in the basement. He's living in this building. All right. You can come in. I got a reward for you. You don't have to give your name. You come get the money. They coming to swarm down on you. They coming to get you.
They tell.
These people are master hunters.
Yes.
They are master hunters, and they are skilled.
They're skilled at hunting.
Skilled at hunting and
Everything
finding out who committed this crime.
That's what they have to set up the way.
That's why they have it set up the way it is.
Yeah.
That's why they got it set up the way it is. Let's read it. Where we at? Verse 5?
Verse 7.
Go ahead.
The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him.
Why are the hands of the witness? Because you the one. You came up with the charge. You the one said you saw this person or this one did it. So that person, when them stones start pelting against that man, it's all on you. If you lied, his blood is on you. It's on you. Tom She.
The witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people.
Okay.
So shall thou put away the evil from among you.
Yes. She said we got to put the evil away, which means kill it. Kill it. Right? Now, we don't have our own government anymore.
Explain.
All these people about judging and the Beit Din. I'm hearing a lot about the Beit Din. The courts. The courts. Beit Din, meaning the house of judges.
House of judges.
The House of Judges can say one thing, but guess what? If I don't want to agree with it, I can go to the real judge. Downtown Brooklyn. And I tell Judge Armory, yeah, let me see you go over that judge.
He got all the forces.
And he has all the forces and the power to condemn you and string you up. You go ahead and beat me. I'm going to the judge.
Kicking in that door.
They're going to kick in your door and you're going to jail. We are not free to do our own judgments.
Watch it with that.
Watch it and be careful. This is not our land to be doing our own judgments. We are under a different government and a different rule. So when God told the nation, he said, when you go to Babylon, he said, subject yourself under what? Under the rules of Babylon. And guess what? You don't think that stands here? We have to subject ourselves under the rules of America. If a person has committed adultery, I cannot kill that man. You know why? Because if you kill him and it goes out, you're going to have everybody coming. The cops, the feds, they coming to get you.
Somebody's going to tell. It's going down from.
Okay? You better be careful doing it. Now, if you do kill them under the laws of God, guess what? You're not wrong in the eyes of God. That's something that you are taking a chance with. Taking a chance with that. Let's read it.
If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood.
If there arise what?
A matter too hard for thee.
If there arise a matter too hard for you in judgment,
between blood and blood.
No, it's blood and blood. Family. Relatives. Brothers. You ain't never read no matter between sisters.
No.
I ain't never read a matter between sisters. There's always matters between two men. Matters. And why? Because one See, pride gets in the way.
There we go. I feel I'm right.
Pride gets in the way. And because pride gets in the way, nobody want to back down. Nobody want to back down. I want to keep pushing. He wants to keep pushing. So we two bulls that's with horns that's keep pushing, bumping heads. Somebody got to humble.
Like two male rams.
Somebody got to humble. But you know what's crazy? When you humble, you get more bodacious. You get more, because the book said a soft answer, turn it away wrath. Not today.
That's what righteous people.
Not today.
What godly people.
You answer a person soft, you get more crazy.
You gonna think I'm
Take it
soft.
for weakness.
You know what I'm saying? See.
Let's read it.
Between blood and
Between
blood,
blood and blood, between plea and plea, between stroke and
blood
stroke,
and blood, plea and plea, stroke and stroke.
being matters of controversy within thy gates.
Where we at? Okay, I got you. Go ahead, read. Then thou
Then
shalt
shalt
arise.
thou arise and get thee up into the place which the Lord thy God shall choose.
Why? Because this is a matter that cannot be
Beyond the
solved.
judges.
And when the matter can't be solved, we got one spot to go to, and it'll definitely get solved. We must go to the high priest in the place where God chooses, which is Jerusalem. You see how that high priest solved that matter with Achan?
Yeah.
There was no wires connected to that Urim and Thummim and them stones. But when God called out the tribe,
It revealed
the
the
stone that represent the tribe lit up.
It revealed the culprit.
It lit up.
Right.
And then after this, now we find out the tribe. And because of their connection with God, it went down to the house of Judah. It went down to the house, families, to the tribe, to families. Now it goes direct now. Oh, this is the house of Achan. He said, what you did, man? He said, make confessions to God.
No lie detector test.
He said, make confessions to God. You ain't need no lie detector
You don't need
test.
no lie detector
He said, and that lie detector test is 100%.
test. You gotta ask a lot of questions.
That lie detector test is 100%, man.
You gotta ask a lot of questions.
It's man, I don't know how.
You gotta know what you're doing.
But Achan, he said, man, listen. He said, make confessions to God. He said, man, I saw the wedge of gold and the Babylonian garment. Babylonian garment. Which was a Babylonian fashion.
That's what made it
Huh?
wrong.
Now, they all wore robes, but it was a
Something was
different. The Babylonian robes and Hebrew robes was different cuts.
Thank you.
Was a different fashion.
Thank you.
You did not have to have idols on it
No,
for it to
cut
be
different.
an abominable custom or
Yeah,
fashion.
different.
It was cut different.
It was
The
cut
book
different.
didn't say it had idols.
No.
So if you come to teachers with a suit and tie, you have on a foreign apparel. Sweaters, t-shirts, going outside. That's why my father always went outside in his robe. My father came outside only in his robe. And if he didn't have his robe on, he didn't go out past that threshold without that robe on.
Right.
One time he went downstairs in his t-shirt. He said, I feel weird. He said, I feel out of place. He said, I gotta go upstairs and put my robe on.
Yeah.
Why? Because he has accustomed his spirit to dress one way. And that's the problem today with Kol Yisrael, with the people that have turned to God and turned away. We have not gave ourselves time to accustom our spirit to the ways of God.
That's right. Eric.
The women have not given themselves time to accustom themselves
Take
to
yourself-
the ways of God.
Yeah.
Now, how do we accustom ourselves to the ways of God? You got to start living according. You got to start from somewhere. And when you start living this way, your spirit not going to take.
No.
Your spirit going to shun it in the beginning.
It's a training, man.
It's a training. I was born in the way, and my spirit shunned the Sabbath day
Yes.
at a point in
That's a
time.
fact.
Yes. And I was born in the way, and I wasn't shown nothing else.
That's a fact.
But my spirit naturally
Still.
is rejected.
That's right.
It bucked it.
For some reason.
And I rushed the Sabbath day to go, the sun to go down at a point in time in my life.
That's right.
But now I look forward to this day.
That's right. Talk about
Now
it.
I look forward to this day. And I enjoy the day more than 20 years before.
That's right.
That's right. Same here.
More than 20 years before.
Same here.
Facts.
Time sheet.
Talk about it.
And thou shalt come unto the priests, the Levites, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire. And they shall show thee the sentence of judgment.
Go to the priests or the judge that are in those days and inquire. And the priests and the judge that are appointed in those times will show you the sentence of judgment. But when you are shown the sentence of judgment and shown you that where you're wrong at, the person get angry. They won't accept. You show me where I'm wrong at, I don't have no problems with that. I have to, well, yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, I messed up. Okay, you're right, I was wrong, man.
I said that.
I was wrong at that. Okay, I'm
I
wrong.
don't remember I said that.
And if I don't remember, I don't remember I said it, but maybe I said it in my anger and my mouth running. Okay, I will apologize for that.
You got everybody telling you yourself.
I'm not going to stand on I didn't say it and just stand on that. Maybe I said it. There has to be a maybe somewhere. Maybe I did say this and not knowing that I said it. And because you have humility in you, I will come to you and apologize for saying this to you. Even though I don't remember.
That's right.
Even though I don't remember. That's what humbleness does to you, man. That's what humility does to you. Huh? Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place, which the Lord shall choose, shall show thee. And thou
Do
shalt
according to the sentence which the Lord shall choose, shall show thee. Now, in order, where we at? Now, in order to accept the sentence that God showed us, we got to accept God. And if you accept God, I'm not going to do to you what you don't want done to yourself. Where we at? What verse? 10. I'm not going to do to you what you don't want done to yourself. So guess what? I'm not going to ball my fists up and just rock you right in your face. And then, or threaten you, and then not look to get punched back. God said, hand for hand, stroke for stroke, burden for burden, tooth for tooth, wound for wound. Lord have mercy. Strike for strike.
Strike me.
So if you strike me, you have to look to get struck back. And you got to have humility and humbleness to sit there and allow this person to strike you back.
Eye for an eye.
Because God said eye for an eye.
Yeah.
This is justness.
Yeah.
This is justice.
Sit down.
Huh?
Poke that eye.
Huh? One of the things God speaks about in the book is awang, means violation of the rights of others.
Yeah.
When we violate or when you violate your rights is that whatever you did to me, you should be able to sit down and let me do it to you.
That's right.
And if you don't want it done to you,
that's why a lot of men die. Oh, yeah. That's why a lot of men get killed in this plane.
Oh, yeah.
For stuff like that. For stuff like that.
I don't want nobody talking about my wife and my children.
War
so you know why?
War.
You know why I don't want nobody? And you know why I wouldn't talk about your wife and your children? Because I wouldn't want it done to me.
And I love you. And I love
and
you.
because and because I don't do that, the brother gave a good point. It emanates love. Are we realize that certain things that we do and say, we're showing hatred for each other?
Yeah. Love.
The things that we do and say, it emanates and it shows hatred.
Yeah.
Every time you get angry, you talk about my innocent children.
Yeah, talk about it.
Every time you get angry, now my wife becomes a bee.
Yeah.
And in return, I didn't give you the same medicine. I said, yo, man, Or the person may tell you, listen, man, watch your mouth. I'm not violating this way. Why are you violating?
No limits.
Righteousness. We have no limits with ourselves, man.
Love has limits. Love has limits.
Huh? And when you love, love has limits. When you love a person, you will limit yourself on what you say and do to the person.
Thank you.
Huh? I said, that's love. We don't know how to love. Like I always say, children don't know how to love parents. Parents don't know how to love the children.
Sound like the animality.
And husbands don't know how to love wives. And wives don't know how to love husbands. We got to be taught how to love. The only one that got this love thing correct is God. I said, love has limits.
Yeah.
You'll limit what you say,
That's right.
and you'll limit what you do.
That's right.
You will watch what you say, and you'll watch what you do,
That's
so
right.
I don't seem offensive in
That's
your
right.
eyes.
I love you.
Because I love you.
I love you.
That's right.
Because I love you. That's why. Huh? Let's read.
And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place which the Lord shall choose shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee. According to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do.
Thou shalt
not decline from the
He
sentence.
said, don't decline from the sentence.
To the right hand,
to the right
nor
hand,
to the left.
nor to the left.
And the man that will do presumptuously.
And the man that will do presumptuously, which means this person that has done this presumptuously, he has no boundaries. Lord have mercy. When a man has no boundaries, whether you're family, friend, or oh God, please stay away from me. It's ugly. If you don't have boundaries within yourself, I can't walk with you. Because at any given time, you'll get emotional and
You're going to think I'm a big or something, man. It's not happening.
you're not going to have no boundaries when dealing with
It's
me.
not happening.
Presumptuous is the word for presumptuous is zadon. Zadon means insolence. Insolence, pride, arrogance.
Not a good word.
What is insolent? Insolent means insulting and contemptuous in speech.
What is it?
Oh, wait a minute, man.
Nothing but insult.
You mean to tell me when we have insulting speech and when we say things that are insulting to each other?
Thank you.
Huh? When we say things that is insulting to each other.
Started, man. Got a long way to go. We just started.
I said, we got a long way to go.
We just started.
We think it's all about garments, robes, frontlet, and bracelet.
Got a long way to go.
But every time you get angry, you have so much insulting things to say to this person, or to that person, or to whoever. Insults. We don't want to correct that. Huh? We don't want to correct that. Huh? You know why? Because your mind and your nose,
Right.
you only see past your nose. And God has limited you in righteousness. I said, God has put a limit in your righteousness to where you're not going to pass a certain limit because you won't correct your cotton picking ways. So God limits your righteousness. He said, okay, you're going to do that.
That's it.
And that's it. Until you correct this, and this. Then God will remove the limit and he advance you and put the limit here. You keep climb, God limits you again. Oh, you can't pass this limit. You got some more things to correct with yourself. Don't we know that's how God deals?
That's how it goes.
Huh?
Man.
I said that's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
Huh? More corrections with ourselves, you will make advancement with God.
That's correct.
I said more corrections with self, you will make advancement with God.
More deeper I go.
Try telling me, man. What are y'all telling me, man?
It's true.
But we continue to remain the same way. So you're going to stay stagnated.
Stagnated.
God will keep you one level, one way.
whole.
We think this thing is a
Israel.
game. We think this is a game.
Yeah, talk about it.
Huh? Insulting and contemptuous in speech and conduct. Huh? What is impudent? Disregard of others. Disregard of others. If I disregard you, I can't do the laws of God.
Yeah, talk about it.
If you disregard me, you can't do the laws of God. To disregard means not to consider.
Yeah.
Huh? To disregard means not to consider. So we have to consider each other. We gotta consider each other. Imagine your
What's
parents.
that?
Oh, please.
Huh?
Oh, please.
Because that's the only thing that's gonna bring forth changes.
Okay.
Brother come to you, bah, 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 bah. Consider what he said. Don't make excuses. But that's what we do. We don't consider each other. We make excuses not to consider.
Hard, man.
Huh?
Hard.
We got a hard heart. We have a heart of stone.
That's right.
We make excuses not to consider.
That's right.
Brother come to you, bah, 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 bah. Well, this is we ain't gotta do this. Bah, 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 bah. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with us, man? I said, what is wrong with us? We got to change in order to get better with God, in order to elevate, with God, or to cause an impression in the heavens, we must change. Change. Infantry means what? Insolent or impertinent in behavior. Huh? Let's read, man. Verse 13. We in verse 13, right?
Yes, verse 12.
Verse 12, sorry.
And the man that will do presumptuously will not hearken unto the priest that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God, or unto the judge. Even that man shall die.
That died.
And thou shalt put away the evil from Israel.
And
All the people shall hear
all the people shall hear
and fear,
and fear
and do no more presumptuously.
and do no more presumptuously. And do no more presumptuously. He said, hear and fear. When you hear it, it builds fear. Huh? And when you fear and when you're afraid, you're not going to repeat what that person did. You're not going to repeat what that person did. Brother said it triggers changes. When you are afraid, and if you have any fear in you, it will trigger changes in your life.
That's right.
You will not remain the same.
That's right.
You will not remain the same. It will trigger changes in your life. Huh? It said, and all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously. He said, when thou come
to the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me.
Wait a minute. You see the problem here?
I know what you're thinking.
We always desire to be like unto the neighboring nation.
Like now.
We always desire to be like the people, like now.
The Israelite version.
Huh? We always want to add on to accommodate.
Come on, man.
Huh? To accommodate or to accommodate these laws like the people that we live amongst.
Yeah.
So now Samuel had two sons, right? And the name of his two sons, right? What was his name? Joel and Abiah. And they were judges in Beersheba. Now these two judges, they judged unjustly. I said they judged matters unjustly and they received unjust gain, unjust profit to judge in that person's favor. That's why God said don't take a bribe, because a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. God said it's going to happen. Whether or not you say, oh, it ain't going to happen to me. God said this is what's going to happen because what? Who knows us better than God? He has created us. He has formed us in the womb. We ever thought about how bones and hearts and ligaments and organs are formed from sperm? Tissues
All organs are made of different
from
tissues.
sperm connecting with the egg. You have a heart and
Right.
liver, kidneys,
Right.
brain,
Right.
eyes, ears,
Ear.
nose. That's the work of God, man. That's the work of God. You don't think there's a God? It's called creation.
Yeah.
He's still creating
That womb.
from that
Yeah,
womb.
that womb.
Yeah.
Shaping.
And according to the blemish of your parents, because God knows that child from the womb.
That's right.
And he knows whether the child got good or evil in them. And depending on what that child have in them, that's how you get shaped and formed.
That's right.
But we still want to walk around like there's no God.
That's right.
Like there's no God. There ain't never been a God.
That's the problem.
So I can live my life according to my rules.
That's the problem.
You know what
No.
happens when you live your life according to your own rules? That's also proud.
That's right.
And pride sets
I'm
in.
proud. The proud.
Because you feel that there are no rules or substantiated rules that I have to bind myself by.
I live by my standards.
I live by my own standards
And still think you're doing right.
and still think you're doing right.
Sitting in teachings, nigga.
You know why?
Yeah.
Still thinking you're doing right? Because people say, well, I never robbed, I never steal. I just go to work and I come home. But what days are you working on?
Yeah, talk about it.
Are you working on the Lord's Sabbath day? Are you working on the day that God has sanctioned and sanctioned as holy? Huh?
Yeah, Chama.
Because people feel, oh, I'm just going to work. But what day are you working on? There's only one seventh day. We ain't going by the moon and celebrating the Sabbath day on Wednesday because we go by we're not going by all that. The first day of the week is Sunday. The last day of the week is Saturday. Stop. It's plain and simple. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. If it's jumbled up and confused, well, hey, I'm going to go according to what God gave me. That's it. We don't need to get into all that, man.
No, we don't.
What's the correct first day? What's this?
Leave it alone. You're not gonna find that out.
Worry about that blood, man.
Now, his sons walk not in their father's ways. Samuel's sons did not walk in their father's ways. They did not follow the footstep of their father. And because of that, they have turned aside after lucre, which is unjust gain, and they took bribes and they perverted the judgment. He said, then all the elders of Israel gathered themselves together and came to Samuel unto Ramah and said unto him, behold, thou art old, and thy sons walk not in your ways. Now make us a king to judge us like the nations. But the thing displeased Samuel when they said it. Give us a king to judge us. Samuel prayed unto God, and the Lord said unto Samuel, hearken unto the voice of the people in all that they say unto thee. For they have not rejected thee, but they have rejected me. God said, hey, easy there. See, when we violate God, when we violate the laws of God, it was like Samuel felt violated. Why? Because he was one with God. So when they asked for a king, Samuel felt rejected. It was like they rejected him. Now, to reject means what? To refuse or to reject. To reject means what? To refuse to accept.
Uh-oh.
Huh? When you don't accept the word of God, you have rejected it.
That's right.
When you don't accept the word of God, you have rejected God.
That's
You
right.
have rejected his laws.
That's right.
You see how important it is to accept these laws?
That's right. And when you go against it, you
When
don't
you
accept.
go against it, you don't accept it.
Yeah, say it again.
And when you don't accept this, you don't accept God.
That's
You
right.
have rejected God.
That's right. Talk about it, Chama.
Huh?
Yeah.
To receive or give. Now, what does accept mean?
Yeah.
What does accept mean? To receive or give approval to, right? to regard or to accept as normal, to recognize as true, to believe, to recognize that this is the truth.
This is the way.
This is the way. To endure without protest or reaction.
To endure without protest.
To endure without
A lot
protest.
of protests in Israel.
No protesters, questions
A lot of protests.
to go against.
Questions designed to go against.
That's right. That's right.
Not to learn. Not to learn.
Talk about it.
And this is why when we come to learn about God, we have to come to God with simplicity of heart.
No hang-ups.
No hang-ups.
Yeah.
Simplicity of heart, meaning come learning about God with a clear mind.
Something new.
Yeah.
Give room for the new.
Don't compare.
Because,
Don't compare the word of God with your past life.
Yeah.
You have to realize and recognize that
This is totally
what my parents taught me was not right.
Yeah.
What my parents taught me was not godly. They taught me what they thought was good,
They was taught.
what they was taught. But we like to fry this one's fat with this one.
Don't do that.
So because of your experience with one Israelite, all Israelites are bad.
That's what everybody does.
That's what people
My
do.
experience with one white person. all
Experience
white
with
people
one
are bad.
white person, all white people are evil.
Experience with one black person.
One experience with one black person, that's not how
One
how
man,
this thing is
all men
done.
are bad.
Yeah,
All women are bad.
right.
That's correct.
Where we at?
People do that. 15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among
He said,
thy
thou
brethren.
shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose.
No king.
He said, who God chose?
No king.
Huh? We don't have no kings today. Two things that we can't have today is kings and priests and prophets. We don't have these things today.
God.
Okay? Now, sometimes we may have some people that prophesy and voice certain things that didn't happen. He said, man, look. My father said, he said, if y'all allow this place to close, he said, some of you guys is gonna die.
Yeah.
He said, some of you is gonna be in jail. And some of you, and the rest is going to worship idols of wood and stone.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And in that camp, nobody stood. They allowed the camp to change, to close.
Yeah.
People died.
Yeah.
People turned to idols.
Yeah.
And what's the other one?
And
the rest went off.
Yeah. Talk about it, John.
Jail.
Went to jail.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Bagels on Passover.
We had brothers that during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, when we seen them, they was eating bagels from the bagel shop.
Eating bagels, man.
I seen one brother, while me and my father is going to Sabbath teachings, he's jogging. So my father said, hey, brother, he said, what are you doing jogging? He said, I'm resting.
Resting.
That's how he rests.
That's how I get a piece of
One brother, he said, hey, where's your fringes? He got naked in the streets. He said, hey, pulled his pants down. My father said, hey, what are you doing, man? Easy. He pulled his pants down. His fringes was on his underwear.
Talk about it, John.
Everybody.
And this is the mentality. This is the mentality that God has pushed these people towards. Where we at?
That's right. Roll on. Middle of 15.
Tom sheet.
One from
I'm in
among,
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 15. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose.
Uh-huh.
One from among thy brethren
One
shalt
from
thou
among
set
thy
king
brethren.
over thee.
Uh-huh.
Thou mayest not set a stranger over
He
thee.
said, thou mayest not set a stranger unto thee. Now the word for stranger, see, it says nakri. It says a nakri or a stranger. I'm trying to find it where it says. There you go. Yes, nakri. Now a nakri is a foreigner or an alien. Okay, an outsider. All right, which means now before King David substantiated the kingship, any tribe could have been king.
Yeah.
The first king was a Benjamite.
Benjamin.
The first king was King Saul. Now, after King Saul was who? King David. And there was no king. There was no king that went far and beyond, like King David. Huh? This guy, King David, impressed God. And he went on in his life with a guilty conscience. And because he went on in his life with a guilty conscience, he was constant changing. He was constant changing. He was constant making amends and correction with himself. My father said, he said, you want to know how I kept this zeal? He said, you want to know how I kept this zeal within myself? What kept me going and pushing for righteousness and holiness with God? He said, because I kept a guilty conscience. Huh? Which means what? When you keep a guilty conscience, when I do a person wrong, I don't forget about that. I don't forget about it. And King David continuously cried to God for the wrong that he has done, which made him a better.
That's how you improve.
Which made him better. And that's how you improve. The word for improve is T. That's Prince Zachariah's favorite word. T. It means to do good. It means to do well. It means this is something to correct. It also means we got to learn how to do good before God.
Yeah.
We got to learn how to do well before God. And the only way we're going to learn how to do good, learn how to do well before God, we have to apply the laws and the commandments and the statutes and the ways of God to ourselves.
That's right. That's right.
Where we at?
Verse 16. But he shall not multiply horses to himself.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself. Huh? Go ahead.
Nor cause the people to return
Nor
to
cause
Egypt.
the people to return to Egypt. Go ahead.
To the end that he should multiply horses.
Uh-huh.
For as much as the Lord has said unto you,
For as much as the Lord has said unto you,
you shall not henceforth return no more that way.
uh-huh.
Neither shall he multiply wives to himself,
Neither shall he multiply wives to himself.
that his heart turn not away.
So you mean to tell me these things, when it's done, it what? It turns your heart away.
That's right.
When you multiply horses, when you multiply women, he said it turns your heart away
That's
from
right.
serving
You got too
God.
much. You got
Now
too much.
let's what? When it speaks about the heart, what is first? The mind.
That's what it's
The brother said pride sets in. He's right. Once we start multiplying wives and horses and you get rich, the brother said pride sets in. And you're right. Pride sets in. Proud heart sets in.
It's about me
Now it's all about me. And when you get proud, when pride sets in, you can't serve God. Two things we got to pray to relinquish is pride and vanity. Pride and vanity. You can't do the laws. You cannot accomplish the laws of God with pride and vanity.
That's right. Talk about it.
Huh? So now, he said what? He said that your heart turned out away. What do you mean by heart? Your understanding began to turn away. Your mind began to turn away. Because before you turn away from God, your mind turns away from God.
That's right.
Your mindset began to turn away. Now you had different perspective
Yeah.
about this situation.
Yeah.
Huh?
Weird outlook.
I don't see it
Huh?
the way it's said here.
Huh?
That's right.
Go ahead, Tom C.
Neither shall he multiply wives to himself.
Now
that his
shall he
heart-
multiply wives to who?
to himself.
To himself.
That his heart turn not away.
That his heart turned not away.
Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver.
We got to be able to detect. I said we got to become detectors. We got to be able to detect when your mind is drifting.
Oh, catch yourself. Catch yourself.
Yeah.
Hey,
Talk about it.
we got to be able to detect when your mind is drifting
Going on.
away
Going
from
on
God.
like this.
Yeah.
That's right.
Huh?
This
We
is
got to
going
be
to
able
reach
to
you
detect
all.
that.
That's
Yeah.
right.
We got to be able to be able to detect when your mind is drifting away from God. So when your mind begins to drift, we have to correlate it with what we read in the book.
Yeah.
It say, "For whence cometh the evil spirit?
Yeah.
For whence cometh these evil thoughts
Yeah.
that causes me to be contrary and opposite to God? The works of your own hands.
That's right.
I cause these thoughts to come to my mind because the works of my hands is contrary to the works of the Most High. So guess what? We opened that door. We have opened that door. So now, okay, go ahead, read.
Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold.
Silver or gold.
Verse 18.
Tom Sheep.
And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom.
When he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom. Yeah.
That he shall write him a copy of this law.
That he shall write him a what?
The copy.
A copy
of this law in the book.
This law in the book. Now the word for copy is mishneh. It means to study by oral repetition, or to make a copy of, because there was only two people that had a copy of the laws of God. It was the high priest, and the king was commanded to write a copy from the high priest, right? Only two people. Now, why didn't the whole nation have a copy?
Explain that.
Why didn't everybody wasn't ordered to have a copy?
Explain that.
Because when everybody have a copy, not everybody have an opinion and have their own way of doing this. Why do you think the Jews only have, you have, in order to find out certain things, you got to go to the Rebbe.
That's right.
Sometimes you repeat, we told a Jew, he said, in the law, in Genesis, he said, you shall not eat or consume a fruit that don't bear seed. Yes, in Genesis. And a lot of people, don't even know that. I spoke to a brother and showed him where in the book it states that we shouldn't eat fruits without seeds. He said, wow, I didn't know that. And I showed it to him.
Wow. And he agreed.
When I told the Jew man said, we are not permitted and we ain't supposed to read this Torah.
Oh, no.
We have to go to the Rebbe.
Yeah, he tell us how to do it.
He tell us how to do it. You know why? Because that keeps all the Jews with the one mind principle.
That's right.
We don't have that.
Israel,
Got their own
us
mind.
as Israelites,
Let's help
us as Hebrews,
Everybody got their own.
we don't have the one mind principle.
one thing.
One person think this way.
Yeah.
This one have a different perception about this way. This one has a perception
Blue
about
Jacks
this
have
way.
it.
I told one brother it is not lawful to put on blue fringes.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Right? So the brother asked how. Okay, when you read in Numbers 15, it says tekelet. Petil tekelet. Petil tekelet. Tekelet is navy blue, right? Petil is a thread of blue. A single thread. Petil is a thread. So if I have blue fringes, I don't have a thread of blue. I have many threads. That's why I don't wear blue fringes.
Yeah, say it again, John.
Okay? So now, the brother said a cord. That's right. One cord. So now, I can't get angry because you still want to put on blue fringes.
You're not on the level.
Left him saw.
That's right. That's right.
Left him saw.
That's right. Talk about
Leave him like that. Left him saw means leave him the way he want to be.
That's right.
God said every man had their own choices.
That's right.
God gave everybody a choice. Guess what? He even gave Adam and Eve a choice.
That's right.
God could have stopped Adam from eating the tree of knowledge of good and evil. God could have stepped in the middle of that conversation between Eve and the serpent, but he gave him a command and he stepped out of it to see what you're going to choose.
Willingly.
To see if you have the willing heart. So just like Temo Aksha, just like now, God wants the willing heart. He gave us the laws, commandments, and statutes. Now you choose how you want to live. He said, but choose life so that thou and your seed may live, which means I can deliver my own seed by the way I live this day. I said, I can deliver my seed. I can deliver my son according to what I choose in life.
Say it again. Say it again.
I said, man,
I
listen,
thank
man.
God for my father, man.
Listen, man.
No flunk pops.
Listen,
Talk
man.
about it, man.
Look, man.
Yeah.
Look. And you know what I compare that to?
Yeah.
I compare that to Psalms chapter 1. Let's check this out. Hold where you at, man. Stay where you at. I'm going to compare this to Psalms chapter 1. Check this out. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. He said, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. Reshaim means the guilty, means the wicked, right? Nor stand it. When you stand, you agree.
You agree,
Right. I said, anytime you stand, you agree. That's what it means when it says, nor stand it in the way of sinners, which means you don't agree with wickedness.
You don't support it.
That's
I
right.
said, you don't agree with wickedness, whether it's friend, brother, sister, auntie, uncle. I can't agree with you, man. I can't support it. He said, no, sit it in the seat in the scornful. But this is what's going to be your delight. Your delight is going to be what? In the laws of God. And in his law does he meditate. In his law does he speak. Does he reason? Does he read day and night? And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. Who's the tree that planted by the rivers of water? That's your father. No, the tree that's planted by the rivers of water, right, is the father, is the head, right? Right? And what comes from the tree? He said, rivers of water and bringing forth his fruit in the season. What comes from the tree is the fruit, right? And his leaf shall not wither.
That's the seed.
The leaf shall not wither. It's somewhat, it's talking
The
about
strength
what
of the
comes
tree.
from the tree
Yeah.
is the leaf, which means the strength of my father, and he has children, the strength will continue on in his children.
Yeah.
God ain't gonna cause his child or the son of a righteous man to go off or to wither or to go off in their own wickedness.
Baruch Elohim. We talk about. Yeah.
Let's go back to Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
18.
Yeah.
it shall
Right,
be.
a godly fruit,
Yeah.
a godly
Say it again,
fruit, a
John.
godly seed.
Say it again, John.
Even though we may have 9, and sometimes not all 9 stays.
No.
But God gonna make sure there's a godly seed in 1,
Yeah.
maybe 2.
Yeah.
Even though you got
It's
6s
there,
and 7
yeah.
that turned away.
Yeah.
Talk about
Because of that man.
it. Talk about it, John.
Tom C.
And it shall be when he sitteth
Where
upon
we
the
at?
throne
Verse
of
we
his
at?
kingdom, verse 18,
Let's read it. And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne,
of his kingdom,
of his kingdom,
that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days
It
of his
shall
life.
be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life. So this book, in order to have any amount or to bring forth any changes within yourself, we must read these laws every day.
Every day.
Now, this is not magic. This is not magic.
Yeah.
It takes time.
That's right.
Yeah, it takes time. This is not something that happens overnight.
Nah.
I say even God deals with time. Huh? That's why when a person has more time in than some, there's no way that these two people could be on the same level
Yeah.
because the understanding is different.
Yeah.
Everything is different with the person that has more time in than that person.
Yeah.
And you're not going to understand everything that the person understands that has more time in.
Give yourself a chance.
You
to
got to
learn.
give yourself a chance.
Give yourself a chance to learn.
Give yourself a chance to learn. Give yourself some time to learn and understand this by what you do in life. God deals with you according to your actions and what you do. So when I live righteously, before God, God deals with you according to that, and He opens you up. He opens you up little by little. He says, "Oh, okay,
He show you stuff.
oh, okay, you're pushing for righteousness. You're doing this. Let me open your eyes towards this." And He wait to see what you're gonna do with what He opened your eyes with. And determine according to what you do, according to what God opened your eyes with, will tell me and will determine whether He can increase you or leave you right there. Let's read it.
That he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them.
Read that again.
And it shall be with him that he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God.
Okay, so I read a question on there. I will reveal that question to you after the after my I come down, or before I come down.
Before I come up.
I will reveal that question because I don't want to get turned away. That's a good question. Excellent question. That needs to be answered. Time sheet. Or Prince Zachariah, if you're on the chat, you can show the person and reveal that.
Verse 20. That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside
That
from
his
the
heart.
commandments.
Wait, go back.
Verse 19.
To read that again.
I'm gonna go back to verse 19.
Yes.
And it shall be with him that he shall read.
And it shall be with him. What's going to be with him? Go ahead.
That he shall read therein all the days.
That he shall read therein all the days of his life. Read.
That he may learn to fear.
That he may learn to fear
the Lord his God.
Huh? So this is something that we have to learn.
It's only one way.
There's only one way to learn how to fear God. By reading this book every day of our life. And the fear of God just don't come automatic. It takes time. This is something, this fear has to be developed. You got to develop this fear. Listen, we are completely opposite from our forefathers in the book. Huh? We are completely opposite from our forefathers in the book. Huh? Our forefathers was born with that fear of God. Mm-hmm. Samuel was a child with the fear of God. Huh? I said Samuel was a child with the fear of God in him. And the honorability towards their parents. They had that automatic. The reason why Absalom chased his father, let me tell you why. Absalom didn't have that in him.
That of his own mind.
Amnon wasn't in Amnon to do that to his sister. But God has stirred up trouble within his house because of what King David did. So he stirred up trouble in his house. Which means what? When we do things contrary, or when we mess up with these laws, God calls our children to lose our mind because he's remembering and he's commanding to remember to commanding the sins of the fathers upon your sons, upon your children. Tom C.
And it shall be with them, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren.
Be not lifted up above his brethren. You see what keeps your heart down? Huh? We're going to get into pride. Oh, yeah, we're going to get into pride today. Because after this, we're going to go into Proverbs 6.
A lot of kings today.
Oh, we going to be... Look, that your heart be not lifted up above your brethren. But what keeps my heart from not being lifted up? What keeps me from not being having a proud heart? Reading the laws and the commandments of God. That's what keeps my pride down. Because the laws of God teaches me to consider you, and you're supposed to consider me. So, it's sad to say that when I don't show regard for you, when I don't consider you, guess what? That is pride. That's proud. When I can walk and say things to offend you, when I can do things to offend you and not care, you have pride in you. See, we got to know what is pride. And we got to be able to detect when we have pride in us. But above all, we got to be truthful with ourselves and say, man, I am a proud man. I need to change. Huh? I need to change. But do we have a conscience? I said, where is our conscience? A conscience, or a person with conscience, he makes amends. He makes correction with himself. A person with a conscience makes amends and correction with God. Let's read it.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren.
And that he turn not aside from the commandment.
You see what happens? This thing happens in steps and stages. Your heart get lifted up above his brethren. And then after your heart get lifted up, after processing, now you begin to turn away from God because your heart is lifted up. Go ahead.
To the right hand or to the left. To the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel.
Proverbs 6. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 6.
Oh,
Let me know when you got it. See, this is a lifestyle, man. This here, we have to cover all aspects,
Right.
all bases.
Right.
Tom C.
My son, if thou be surety for thy friend, if thou hast stricken thy hand with a
He
stranger.
said, my son. Oh, my goodness. He said, my son. Bainey. Read that over.
My son, if thou be surety for thy friend.
Realize something, man. If you're not instructing your child, if you're not instructing your son, you're not instructing your daughter, then you're not a real parent.
They're going to pick their own way.
You're not a real parent.
Yeah.
You're not a parent. I say you're not a parent because while that is the job of a parent, I have to, you know the way better than your children. So I have to instruct my son and instruct my daughter in a godly way, according to the standards of God, not allowing them to live in their life according to their own wanting ways.
That's right.
I'm still in my daughter's ear. She don't live this way. But I say, hey, don't forget, BT. BT means my daughter. Don't forget, BT. Don't forget who God is. Don't forget what I showed you. Don't forget what I taught you. Yeah, she goes, I know, Abby. I said, yeah, I hope so. So one day she came here, she's sitting down in teachings, and guilt must have took her. Yeah, Abby, I know. But you know what takes? Sometimes it takes for God to separate you from a person or from people that you are around so that you can accomplish the laws and the commandments of God.
Yeah.
I'm around this person, and because I'm around this person, God got to separate you. But God will only do that if he sees any good in you to serve God. You got to want this. Go ahead, read.
My son, if thou be surety for thy friend, if thou hast stricken thine hand with a stranger.
Wait. He said, my son, if thou be surety for thy friend. Know what surety is? A person who takes responsibility for another's actions.
I vouch for him.
Right? Even the person's actions that he did, and he was wrong. And because of pride setting in, he won't go to the person that he violated and apologize. But me and this brother went to the people that you violated, and we both apologized on your behalf.
Yeah.
He said, bro, man, I'm very apologetic. Yeah. I'm sorry to the whole house here. This will never happen again. I'm sorry. This shouldn't have done. This guy was wrong. I am sorry. It ain't gonna happen again.
Listen, man, you sure? Because
listen, it ain't gonna happen again. You say, you sure, man? Because I don't want no problem. Listen,
they're not speaking to the person.
Right. And then you sure, man? Did you really speak to him? Did y'all really? I'm sure, man. This ain't gonna never happen again, man. This ain't gonna never happen again. Huh? That's surety, right? Surety, right? Surety for thy friend. If thou hast stricken thy hand with a stranger, the stricken your hand with a stranger, it means in agreement. All right, go ahead.
Thou art snared with the words of thy mouth.
You done trapped yourself by the things that you done said out of your mouth. You done snared yourself. You done entrapped yourself by what you said out of your mouth. Now we got to be careful of these words that I just continuously voice out of my mouth, because I can either condemn myself, I can either condemn, or I can do the other. Be careful, man, because we condemn our own selves with the words of our own mouth, because we get so emotional and we just start running and talking and talking and talking. Talk talk and talk. And you know, that's the best time to know where you can find out
What he thinking?
what he thinking.
Yeah.
What you got in you.
I know
Just let him keep talking.
Yeah.
At the end of it,
feel.
he done exposed
I know
himself.
how you feel.
He done
I know how you
revealed
feel.
himself.
That's
Because
how
I done
really
left you
feel.
alone so you can continue
That's how you
talking
really
and
feel.
running your mouth.
I can put a ruler between us.
Time sheet.
Thou art snared with the words of thy mouth. Thou art taken with the words of thy mouth. Do this now, my
Thou
son.
art snared with the words of my mouth. Thou art taken with the words of thy mouth.
Do this now,
He said, do
My
this
son.
now, my son.
and deliver thyself. And thou art coming to the hand of thy friend.
He said, do this now,
I'm
my
not
son. And this is the only way you're going to deliver yourself when you what? When thou art coming to the hand of thy friend. Go ahead.
Go, humble thyself and make sure thy friend.
Time out.
That's why I can't.
He said, go, humble thyself. Now, and make sure of thy friend. And you know what my father said? He said, when I first met my friend, when I first met you, I didn't know you. I didn't know you. The only thing that caused me to cause you my friend was because you voiced that you wanted to serve God. He said, and because you have voiced such a thing, he said, I had to come to you with open arms, not knowing who you are, which means I have put myself in harm's way. I let my guard down with you off of what you said. You said you want to serve. I said, you said that you want to serve God. So in order for that, I had to present myself friendly towards you, and in return, you return the same favor back. Okay? I'm gonna tell you what I'm talking about. The word is heat rapes. Heat rapes means to humble yourself. Heat rapes means to humiliate yourself. Now, there's two ways to humiliate yourself. There's a positive and a negative side when it comes to humiliating, okay? Humiliating oneself means what? To reduce to a lower position in one's own eyes or others' eyes. Pride. You can't be proud when you're doing that. You can't be proud when you're humbling yourself. King David did not kill Shimei. Why? Because he didn't have pride in him. He said, leave him alone, Abishai. He said, maybe God told him to do this. He said, maybe God told him to curse David. He said, maybe God told him to curse David. So I ain't gonna kill him for the things that he's doing, kicking dust and doing all that. But he remembered. He remembered. And he gave Solomon instructions. But Solomon could not kill Shimei according to what he did to his father, because his father gave him his word, you ain't gonna die. So King Solomon said, all right. He said, listen, you go to Jerusalem, take everything, and don't leave. He said, the day that you leave, he said, I'm gonna kill you. Now what happened now? His servant got away. The word got back to Shimei. Shimei grabbed the servants, went back after the servant came back. Word got back to King Solomon. He said, why you broke your vow? See, vows means what? When I gave you when I voiced an ultimatum, Shimei agreed with it with silence. He said, so say, okay. Now, once I go against that ultimatum or that command, you broke your vow. I don't have to say I swear. All I got to do is agree. That's why every time my father called me, he said, hey, Shama, he said, what time you coming back? I said, I don't want to give you a time. I said, because if I give you a time, then I have to be back at that time. You know what he said? I am bounded by the words of my mouth. He started laughing. He said, hey, you're learning, huh, son? I said, King Abba. I said, I ain't going to give you a time. I said, but I'm definitely going to come back, because I don't know if what I'm going to do is going to take me past the time or longer of what I'm doing. So now, if I finish early, believe me, I'm coming right back. He said, okay, son. Shalom. Let King, he said, go, what you said, who used to tell us before we leave? Ibarek El Shaddai. Ibarek El Shaddai. Blessed be the Most High. Ibarek. Blessed be the Most High. Blessed be God. And I said, we return, Ibarek El Shaddai. Blessed be the Most High. I turned it back. Every time we left or came in, he said that. Every time. Okay. He said, now, it's important to be able to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. Huh? I said it's important to be able to recover.
Bounce back.
Be able to bounce back or adjust to misfortune or change. We got to be able to do that. You know why? Because this is a big change.
Big change.
You are coming from a lifestyle that's not godly. You are coming from a lifestyle that God hates. And when you're being turned on to the ways of God, I have to make a quick adjustment. I said I have to make a quick adjustment. Got to recover. And start denouncing your past so that you don't revert back to it. He said, now, it's important to be able to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change and forgive yourself. We're going to learn what I mean by forgiving yourself. Because if I don't forgive myself, I won't forgive you. I ain't going to never forgive you. And that's what, by me forgiving myself, I can forgive you, which will allow me to give you a chance. Which will allow me to give me a second chance. Now you're dealing with psych. Mental way of thinking. And when you are at fault with yourself or feeling bad about your actions, can help us discover insight into problems with our own behavior. You hear this, man? This is deep, man. So in order to recognize your fault, then and only then you will discover who you are. That's insight of yourself. I got to be able to, look, man, recognize your fault so we can know what to work on. I have to recognize my fault. You got to recognize your fault so we know what to work on with ourselves, with God. But the reason why we can't get better with God because you are not recognizing who you are. You are not acknowledging that you're a blasted liar, that you're a murderer, that you're a robber. This is called what? Diagnosis. Diagnostics. Huh?
Find out why it's not working.
Come on, man. This is a science, man. We got to be truthful with ourselves so that we be able to know who we are, so that we can get better with God. Come on, man.
That's right.
Where we at?
Verse 4.
Let's read it.
Give not sleep to thine eyes.
He said, give not sleep to thine eyes.
Nor slumber to thine eyelids.
You sleeping too much. You want to sleep all the way to 2 o'clock. 2 in the afternoon. 1 o'clock. 3 o'clock. I go to work. I come home. He still sleep. It's too much. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. That is the most comfortable way to sleep. You ever lay down and fold your hands? You lay down, man, you gone. The most comfortable way to sleep. Go ahead, read.
Deliver thyself as a roe from the hand of the hunter, and as a bird
deliver thyself as a roe,
from the hand of the hunter,
from the hand of the hunter,
and as a bird from the hand of the fowler.
Go
to the ant, thou sluggard.
He said, go to the ant, thou sluggard. The sluggard is the lazy man. You go to the ant, and you can learn from the ant. Consider her ways and be wise. Come see.
Which having no God.
The ant don't have kings.
Overseers.
They don't have a priest. They don't have no ruler. They don't have no officers. They don't got no overseer.
Providing her meat in
but
the
they
summer.
provide their meat in the summer. Only in the summer you see ants. Why? Because they come and they gather whatever food is laid out. They are storing their food so that they ain't gotta come in. They store enough food so that they ain't gotta come out in the wintertime. The whole summer they go through storing. And they come out in swarms, not just one, because unity is strength. Unity is strength. My father said, we're separate. See your fingers? But as soon as we make a fist, now it becomes, you're unstoppable. You can make damage with this. I can break that screen with this fist. But if I have my hand open, I'm going to break my fingers. Unity builds strength. Tom Sheep.
How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard?
How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard?
When wilt thou arise out of thy sleep?
Uh-huh.
Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So shall thy poverty come as one that travaileth, and thy want as an armed man.
Let's read it.
A naughty person.
A naughty person.
A wicked man.
Wait a minute. A naughty person. Right? Beli Ya'al. The word for naughty is Beli Ya'al. Beli Ya'al means worthless. Okay? Now, let's check this out now. Huh? You can't be worthy before God if you don't have morals and principle values. Remember in 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 12? When he said worthless, who he called worthless in there? Those was the priests. He said worthless sons of Belial. Now, to have any type of, for God to look at you and say you're worthy, you got to have morals and principle values. So now we're going to learn and understand what are moral and principle values. What are the things that I need so that God can look at me and say you're worthy? You have some type of worth in you. Okay. Worthy, right? Worthless. Belial, right? Worthless means when you're without worth. When you're without worth, right? It means when you lack moral, when you're lacking moral or principle values. So now we're going to dig into these two words. What are moral values? What are personal values? Moral values are principles or standards that guides an individual's behavior and choices based on what God considers right and wrong. So what are the principles and standards that guides us? The laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God. These laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God that have been preserved for many centuries. This book was of old. And God has preserved this book so that we have a way to save ourselves from ourselves. I don't have to save myself from you. I got to save myself from myself, from the evil that I have instilled in me. You got to save yourself, from the evil that you have in you. I am my worst enemy. But in order to save myself from myself, I have to be truthful with myself.
That's right.
I have to be truthful with myself and get out of denial. Get out of denial. Now, personal values. Personal values are a set of guiding principles and beliefs that you use to differentiate between what is good and what is evil. What is good and what is evil? Tom Sheep, what verse you at?
12.
Go ahead, read the verse over.
A naughty person.
A naughty person.
A wicked man.
A wicked man. Hold up. A wicked man. Now the word for a wicked man is what? Wicked is what awang. Awang means injustice. Awang also means evil. Now let's dig into the word, or what is evil. What do God say is evil? What do God say is evil? Right? Now, evil means what? Morally has to deal with those when you're evil. Morally reprehensible. What is reprehensible? Reprehensive or repulsion. Now, what is repulsion? Repulsion means what? Causing discomfort, to make a person feel uncomfortable. causing physical and mental discomfort, to reject by discourtesy, coldness, and denial.
That's courtesy. That's speaking, avoiding.
Courtesy is, listen, man, we don't know what is evil. Huh? And the laws of God is completely against against that. Huh? It's a treatment that comes with serving God.
Be a certain way.
You gotta be a certain way. No matter how mad and emotional I get. Huh? Awang also is injustice, violating the rights of others, lack of fairness. What you did was not fair. What you did was not right. What you did, that person did not deserve that. And what that person did, what that judgment that you did, it wasn't deserving. It wasn't worth it. Tamshi.
A wicked man.
A wicked
walking
man
with a forward mouth.
Walking with a forward mouth. What is a forward mouth? Ikshut. Ikshut means what? Perverseness of mouth. Right? Means a false speech. Deceitful words. Perverseness of mouth is speech that hides or covers that which is truth. You won't speak the truth. Why? Because if you spoke the truth, you're going to reveal yourself. You won't speak the truth because if you spoke the truth, you're going to reveal who started the problem. So therefore, I hold certain things back and I reveal what I want to reveal to you so that I can look like I'm the good guy. But you didn't reveal this and this and this because it will condemn I will condemn myself. You edit certain things. Huh? Tamshi.
He wink it with his eyes.
He wink it with his eyes. He speak it with his feet.
He teach it with his fingers.
He teach it with his fingers.
Forwardness is in his heart.
Forwardness is in his heart. Hold up. Forwardness. Huh? The word for forwardness, it said forward before, and this is a different. It says forward here, but it's two different Hebrew words. Right. This one says tahipukot. Tahipukot. Forwardness means what? Willful disobedience. Willful disobedience. Tahipukot means to be contrary. Tahipukot also means to be incompatible. Tahipukot means to be different, opposite in nature, huh? Opposite in direction, inclined to disagree. So who are we contrary to? We're opposite and contrary to God. We're opposite and contrary to what to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. He said forwardness is where? Forwardness is in his heart. Forwardness is in his mind. See, before we disagree, the disagreement begins here first.
You disassemble in the mind.
You disassemble and you disagree here first before you start to emanate it or show it or speak on it. All right? Forwardness is in his heart. He devised mischief. The word for devise is karash. Devise, karash means to plow. To plow means to start. He starts trouble. I can start trouble with my actions, and I can start trouble with my mouth. Which means there's a way to say certain things so I don't stir nothing up.
Right.
But you too foolish to understand that. You too stupid to understand that. There's a way you can say certain things that it doesn't emanate incite or ignite or riot.
That's right.
So we gotta know how to speak.
That's right.
We gotta know what to say.
Okay.
We gotta know how to say it. Because if you don't know those things, be quiet.
That's right.
Be quiet. Because we get too blasted, excited and distorted in the mind, and we start reacting according to their excitement.
Yeah.
And then we start saying bad, evil things, your actions,
That's right.
and you don't remember everything. Because you're running off with the mouth so quick. You're running and running like a 50-yard dash. And you don't forgot what you said and what you did. Certain things I do, I can offend you. Certain behavior I do and how I act, I can offend people because this is look, everybody don't have the same mindset. Everybody don't have the same mindset. So I have to watch how I say and what I do so that because of what I say and what I do, I may not offend nobody, but this person got offended. Far more or less your parents.
Oh, boy. Maybe you just offended them.
Far more or less your parents. Your parents don't
Maybe
like
she
it.
didn't like
Oh, you don't like it, Iman?
I won't say
Oh, you don't want me to say this? You don't want me to? I won't do it again, Iman. I won't do it again, Iman. And I'm not going to go behind her back and do it because that's still dishonor. Whether she knows or she don't know.
Right.
But we think we got away. And we say we honor our father and our mother, but we do things behind their back that they don't want us doing. So where's the honorability there?
Talk about it.
But yet, we say we pushing for righteousness. But yet, people get so boisterous and say that I don't seem presumptuous. You better be careful with things that you say.
Talk about it.
Right.
Better be careful.
Right.
Be careful. You know why? Because our heart ain't right with God. Your heart ain't right, period. Come on, man.
Talk about it, John.
Where we at? Verse 14? He said, devise to plow. Where we at? 14, yes. To devise mischiefs continually. He soweth discord. Do we know what sow discord means? The word for soweth discord in the Hebrew is madnim. Huh? Madnim yeshaleach. Madnim yeshaleach means to send forth strife. To start trouble. Two brothers are in disagreement. I'm not going to tell one brother what the other brother said about him. And I'm not going to tell what the other brother said about him. You know, we got people like that. Man, guess what, man? I'm angry and I'm only mother. Man, guess what, man? Yo, this, he called me a nigga. This nigga said, bah, 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 bah. And what you telling him is against him. So you can have company. You want company in your evil and in your wickedness. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? When we gonna make our mind up? Because our mind ain't made up to serve God.
No.
As long as you continue to do these things, your mind is not made up to serve God. Huh? Therefore shall his calamity come suddenly. Suddenly shall he be broken without remedy. You know what calamity is? The things that we do is what cause God to bring calamity to our lives. So what is calamity? Deep distress. Huh? Misery caused by major misfortune. Huh? Huh? These 6 things doth the Lord God hate. These 6 things doth the Lord hate. These 6 things God hate and he despise. He says 7 are. The 7th one is an abomination unto him, which means this is the worst one. Out of all 7, the last one, God detests and he hates. A proud look. And Naim Ramot. A proud look. Huh? Lofty eyes. What are lofty eyes? Lofty eyes always stems from a proud heart. Lofty eyes stems from a proud heart. A proud heart is a proud mind. Right? Now, pride tends to make us jealous of those above us. Right? Why? Because you want the same recognition as the one that is above is getting. Pride is setting in and causes us to show disdain for those under us. Lofty eyes motivates us to look to our position in life for acceptance. Looking to get accepted by people. You want to be accepted by this one. You want this one to accept you. You want that one to say you have pride. You want to fit in. Right? To derive our value, we start comparing our performances with that of others by revealing your shortcomings. A proud look. What's the next one? A lying tongue. A lying tongue. Right? Now, a proud look speak of a person who would want his or her will above the will of God or the will of others. You can't do your own will.
Yeah.
It's my will or nobody's. What is a lying tongue? Huh? Lying is usually tied up in self-esteem. You esteem yourself so much that you lie. Because if you didn't have high self-esteem, you won't lie. Because the things that you're lying about, you're covering your faults. You cover your faults. And the reason why we cover our faults with lies is because we have pride. And I don't want you to look at me in this form or fashion. But our forefathers didn't go through that. Achan confessed.
That's right.
I said, Achan has confessed that he took that wedge of gold in the Babylonian garment.
That's right.
Huh? Lying is usually tied up in self-esteem and self-preservation. Huh? We lie to create the best possible version of yourselves. The best possible version of yourselves. I don't want to be looked at that way. You lie to avoid punishment. You lie to protect people's feelings. You lie to maintain privacy. You lie to avoid embarrassments. Our forefathers didn't do that. They didn't care about none of that. And that's our problem. I don't care about what you think. The only ones you care about how people think or whatever is God and your parents. And they didn't lie to avoid punishment. If they violated, they're going to say, yeah, I violated. Yeah, I did that. And they're looking forward for the punishment. Whatever comes, bring it. They accepted it.
Yeah, that's right.
They accepted it. Go ahead, Tom Sheep. Verse 17.
A proud look, a lying tongue, and the hands that shed innocent blood.
Those are murderers. Hands that shed innocent blood. I said hands that shed innocent blood when you had taken a life that's not justifiable by God. If a person is chasing you, and looking for you to take your life, God did not teach me to bend over backwards and let him kill me.
Don't kill roaches either.
Okay? So if a person is looking for me to take my life, it is okay for me to take yours before you take mine. And God is not looking at me or you or us or a man for being a murderer.
People kill flies for less reason.
Okay? Now, you can't take a person's life that's not justifiable by God. A person steal, you want to kill him. No. You have brothers that want to kill, and it ain't justified according to what God said. You're a murderer. Tom Sheep.
A heart that deviseth wicked imagination.
A heart that deviseth wicked imagination. You know what that is, man? Huh? You know what that is? A heart that deviseth, a heart that stir up or start up evil or unjust thoughts. Unjust thoughts, evil thoughts. Where did this evil come from?
It came from somewhere.
Where did this evil, atrocious, unjust thought came from? You know why people think that way? Because that's how they are. And then they wanna force what they thought. Then they want to force what they have imagined on their own mind on you. Ain't that something? You want to force what came up in your mind upon a person. Come on, man. Where we at? Let's read.
Verse 18. A heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, and feet that be swift in running to mischief.
Time sheet.
A false witness that speaketh lies.
A false witness that speak lies. A false witness that speak lies. You don't know what happened. You wasn't even there, but you got so much to say. You got so much to say because you despise that person. So you have a lot to say. You got too much to say. You wasn't there. You don't know what took place. So why do you have so much to say? Let's read.
And him that soweth discord among brethren.
Oh, that was the last one.
That's the ugliest one.
Now, hold up. I got to go back. All right? I got to go. You stay where you at. A heart, right? That devises wicked imaginations, right? Was that it? Let me see. No, that wasn't it. Go ahead. Tom sheet, read. Verse 20.
My son, keep thy father's commandment.
My son, Benny. He said, keep your father's commandments. Keep those laws. Keep the instructions. See, your father's law and your father's commandments are different and opposite, different from what God said. You know, parents have their own laws, have their own rules, have their own commandments that they expect you to go by. These are laws and commandments and rules that's going to guide you in life. Period. Let's read.
And forsake not the law of thy mother.
Don't abandon the law of your mother. Tom sheet.
Bind them continually upon thine heart. And tie them about thy neck.
Don't forget.
When thou goest, it shall lead thee.
When you go, it's going to lead you.
When thou sleepest, it shall keep.
When you sleep, it's going to keep you. It's going to guard you.
When thou awakest, it shall talk with you. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light.
For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light. So when you keep it, you are led into the light.
That's the only
That's the only way. That's the only light. You are led into the light. But when we leave off from these laws, your path becomes darkened. I said, when you leave off from these laws, your path becomes darkened. Time sheet. And you ain't gonna never be able to find your way. Never. You're gonna always bump your head. See, when your path becomes darkened, you can't see in the dark. You don't know where you're going. You just walking. And then every now or every so often you trip. Next thing, ever so often you bust your head against something. Next thing you walk in, you bump into this. Next thing you walk in, you bump into that. Why? Because you're walking in a darkened path. We're gonna get when you're walking in the darkened path, you get into things not knowing or thinking that it's right.
That's right.
Because God, you think is of God.
That's right.
You think God is leading you. You think God is guarding you. But God has darkened your path so that it led you according to the confusion of your own mind.
You go get a clean cut for Shabbat service. You backwards.
Time sheet.
The law is light and reproofs of instruction.
What verse you at?
23. And reproofs of instruction are the way of life.
He said reproof of instruction. What are instructions? Reproof of instructions is the way of life. Chastisement, reprimand, correction. That is the way of life. That's the way of life. So when you're in living, when when you're living in the laws and the commandments of God, you got to expect correction. There's correction and chastisement that's going to come with it, that we are going to be able to guide ourselves. Tom She.
Yeah, talk about
To
it.
keep thee from the evil woman,
Uh-huh.
from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman.
Uh-huh.
Lust not after her beauty in thine heart.
Uh-huh.
Neither let her take thee with her eyelids.
Uh-huh.
For by means of a whorish woman,
Traits.
a man is brought to a piece of bread.
Uh-huh.
And the adulteress will hunt for the precious life.
Mm-hmm.
Can a man take fire in his bosom and his clothes not be burned?
Can a man take hold of fire and not be burnt?
Nope.
No. You're going to burn yourself, Tom She.
Can one go upon hot coals and his feet not be burned?
Can you step upon hot coals? You see those coals that people use when they're grilling?
Yeah.
On the grill?
Step on
You
it.
can't step on that. You're going to burn yourself, Reed.
So that he that goeth into his neighbor's wife, whosoever toucheth her, shall not be innocent.
He said, whosoever
Same
touch
thing.
her, he that goeth in to his neighbor's wife. He said, whosoever touch her shall what? Shall not be innocent. Another part in the book, he said, if you go into your neighbor's wife, he said, you don't have a heart. The word for having a heart is kasad len,
Yeah.
means you lack a heart. When you don't show emotions, you know what? Look.
You don't have a heart to rule God.
Now we're going to learn if we truly have a heart before God or not.
Okay.
Okay? You know how you can determine whether you have a heart before God? You got to be able, when you lack a heart, you don't show emotions, care, or empathy. You don't show emotions, care, or empathy. We know what emotions is, and we know what care is.
Empathy.
But do we know what empathy is? Huh? When you say harsh or unkind things, huh? You don't have a heart. When you say harsh or unkind things, you don't have a heart.
Yeah.
So when you said things about my kids and my wife because you was angry at me, you don't have a heart.
No.
All right? When I get into an argument with you and I jump out the window and I say things to hurt you or to hurt your feelings, you don't have a heart. You can't serve God. These are things that we need to get
That's right.
out of us
Words of
so
war.
that we are able to serve God correctly.
Words of war too.
Words of war.
Stop challenging.
You say certain things
Yeah.
that brings war.
Stop challenging.
SMD.
We know what that means.
Talk about it.
Even
I would
girls
never
say
tell
it.
a, I would never tell a brother
Even
that.
girls say it now.
Talk about
I would never tell a man that.
Unless
Huh?
you want war.
Unless you want to go to war.
it. That's what they say in prison. You want to go to war with a monkey? Tell them that.
What is empathy? Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another.
There we go.
That's empathy.
Uh-oh.
So I am able to hear your problems
And feel the same.
and feel the same way you feel about the situation. Ain't that something?
I put myself in this.
Who had empathy? Samuel.
Yeah.
He had empathy for God.
David.
And because he had empathy for God, when the people asked for a king, he was distorted. He felt bad, like he was the one that got denounced. That's why God said, yeah, easy, Samuel. He said, it ain't you that they rejected. He said, they rejected me, man. He said, go on and give him a king. Go ahead. But these are the rules that comes with a king.
Give them this warning.
Give it to them.
Yeah. They said we want it.
We not serving God, man.
I think you are.
You think you
That's
serving
what I
God.
used to say.
We have a lot to correct.
Three things you would do.
Huh?
3 things you could do. Bible used to tell me.
That's right.
Name 3 things.
We have a lot to correct with ourselves.
That's right.
And we ain't doing the correction yet.
That's right.
We haven't done no correction yet.
No.
Go ahead and read, man. Verse
Adding on with no correction.
some sheet.
These
Verse
30, right? Yes, 30.
30, yes.
Men do not despise a thief
Men don't despise a thief.
if he steals to satisfy
If
his
he
soul. when he is
steals to
hungry.
satisfy his soul, if he go and steal some bread to eat, no. No, man. Stealing is stealing. Robbery is robbery.
Still the same.
It's still the same. We don't steal to satisfy your covetousness. Because the reason why we steal is because you coveted what the person had. You desire what the person had. I'm satisfied with what I got. And if I don't have it, if I want it, I will work towards it to get it. But I'm not going to take your life to acquire what you have to satisfy my soul.
That's man. That's why he said don't covet.
That's what God said, don't covet. Lo takmo, covet, lust, or desire. What don't belong to you.
I'll kill you and take your wife.
That's right. Tom Sheep.
Man, do not despise a thief if he steals to satisfy his soul when he is hungry. But if he be found, he shall restore sevenfold. He shall give all the substance of his house. But
if he be found, if you get caught, he said, hey, you're gonna give up the substance. You're gonna have to work that off. Right. You gotta work that off. You can't sit back and like, oh, I ain't got it. I don't care if you don't got it, you're gonna work. You stole my belongings. This is why the creditors came to get the widow's woman's sons to pay off the debt. Because we got to realize one thing. The father was dead. Once the father died, the debt don't die. So when my pops died, I had to recollect and think back, who did my father owe? That's right. So that I can take that charge upon myself to pay back the ones that he owed. The ones that he owed. Why? Because we learned that by reading the book. The debt don't die.
Don't die.
Excellent.
He's not right to that.
Little homie, you young.
Tom shit.
But whoso committed adultery with a woman lacketh understanding.
Whoso committed adultery with a woman lacks a heart, lacks an understanding. Tom shit.
He that doeth it destroyed his own soul.
You destroy your own soul. Where we at?
33.
Go ahead.
A wound and a dishonor shall he get.
Wait a minute. When you do things like committing adultery, he said you lack a heart. You lack an understanding. And when you do things like that, a wound and a dishonor shall he get. The word for dishonor is qualong. It means dishonor, and it also means a shameful deed. There are certain things that we do in life that we need to be shameful about. We should be shameful about these things, shall he get, and his reproach shall not be wiped away. What is a reproach? Kirpa. Kirpa means reproach. Reproach means to address a person in a way to express disapproval or disappointment. Anytime that man's name come up, is always a disapproval or disappointment because I'm already scarred by what you done did. I'm already scarred by what you did. So I will never approve of you. I will always express disapproval in you. I will always express disappointment in you by what you did before. Why? Because there's no correction in you. You keep doing it over and over, and it has become a wound. You know what a wound is? A wound is something that it can't be healed. It can't be healed. The wound is something that can't be healed. No matter if I say I'm sorry, you're going to continue. This is an ongoing thing with you. That's the wound. Because people go far and beyond. That you stay over there. That's right. Let's go to Isaiah 1. Isaiah chapter 1. You got it?
Mhm.
Tamshi.
The vision of Isaiah,
The vision of Isaiah,
the son of Amos,
the son of Amos,
which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz,
Mhm.
and Hezekiah,
Mhm.
kings of Judah.
Uh-huh.
Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth. For
Hear, O
I-
heavens, and give ear, O earth.
Witness.
God even called for 2 witnesses. The heavens and the earth against you.
That's right.
Tamshi.
For the Lord had spoken.
For the Lord has spoken.
I have nourished and brought up children.
I have nourished and brought up children. You know what it means by nourish? By upbringing and training. I have trained you and upbringed you and brought you up, raised you. Tamshi.
And they rebelled
And
against
you
me.
rebelled against me. Tamshi.
The ox knoweth his owner,
He said the ox knoweth his owner.
and the ass his master's crib.
The ox knoweth his owner. Yada means to know, to be aware of. To be aware of through what? How do you aware of something? Through observation, through inquiry, or information. So you're not going to know of something by not observing.
I haven't seen it, so I can't say.
And when you're observing, you don't observe or for one instance.
You gotta keep watching.
You got to keep watching. But we don't keep watching and we don't keep the observation long enough. We condemn a person off for one instance. My goodness, give me a chance. It ain't that way. It's not that way. That's not how God deals. He observed, go put you through observation so God knows what he's dealing with.
Lab rats.
That's right. Inquiry, information, Tamshi.
Sinful nation.
He said, sinful nation. Sinful nation. Faulty nation. Sinful and faulty. When you're faulty, right? Or to incur guilt upon, right? Faulty means blemish, right? What is a blemish? Iniquity, sin. Blemish is an imperfection that impairs. To impair means to weaken or damage. So when we sin, we are damaging our spirit and we are weakening our spirit. So therefore, we're not going to have the courage and the strength to push for godliness because we are weakening our spirit with God. So we're not going to have the courage and the strength to push for righteousness. Okay? Defect is a shortcoming. Come up short with God. He says, go ahead, read. Sinful nation.
A people laden with iniquity.
A people that is laden with iniquity. Laden, the word for laden is kabed. Kabed means to glory. To glory means common consent. Consent means to be in agreement in opinion or to give approval to agree to, right? A people laden with iniquity. The word for iniquity is aon. A people that glory and that agree with sin.
With sin.
Okay, now what is iniquity? Iniquity has to do with your morals. It's immoral or grossly unfair behavior. In sin is a vitiated state of human nature in which the self becomes estranged from God. Vitiate means to make faulty or defective. So now when we sin, we become estranged from God. When you're estranged from God, we're pushed away. We become pushed away. God has pushed us away, right? Now, human nature. What has become human nature? Sin.
That's right.
Natural instincts.
That's right.
The first thing that comes to our mind is to sin
Natural.
or to violate.
The wicked way.
Natural.
Naturally.
It seems better.
But to correct that, and God showed us a way to correct that is by reading and applying these laws, commandments, and statutes. So now that's how you can correct certain things from coming to my mind. It's not going to come to my mind to commit adultery.
No.
It's not going to come to my mind to set you up and rob you. Those certain things, iniquity comes to my mind, but that don't come to my mind. Certain things don't come to my mind. Certain things don't come to my mind. Never came to my mind.
Certain things never came.
But it'll come to my mind a lot. It'll come to my mind a lot. Tom sheet. Now, a nature, what is what? A natural mode of life. What is your mode? A customary or preferred way of doing something. So your nature is your character. Your nature is your character. What you are accustomed and how you live depicts and shows me your character. So now what is your character? Your character is one of the attributes or feature that distinguish a person. Your character tells me who you are. Your character tells me the difference between you and this person. Now, what is the attribute? It's when people say things about you to clarify who you are. Nah, not him. Nah, not him. Not that person. Tom sheet.
They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. They are gone away backward.
What verse you at? 4. Go ahead.
Read 4.
Verse 5.
Verse 5. Why should ye be stricken anymore?
Why should ye be stricken, admonished, warned? Why do I have to continue to warn you? Why do I have to continue to rebuke you and tell you the same thing over and over of what not to do? Why? Go ahead, read.
Ye will revolt more and more.
You're going to continue to revolt. You're going to continue to go against. Go ahead, read.
The whole head is sick, and the whole heart is faint. From the sole of the foot even unto the head, there is no soundness.
From the sole of your foot to the what?
Unto the head, there is no soundness.
There is no soundness, right? The word for soundness is meton. It means there's no wholeness. There's no completeness. There's no wholeness in it, Tamshi. But wounds and bruises
and putrefying
sores.
They have not been closed.
They have not been closed.
Neither bound up.
Neither bound up.
Neither mollified.
Neither mollified with ointments. Wait a minute. You know what mollified means? Mollified means to appease the anger of someone, to reduce the severity of it. I'm not going to continue to add wood to the fire. I'm going to come to you and say, man, it may be not so.
Put water on me.
He didn't think of it that way. He's just saying that because he's angry. I'm not going to put water. I'm not going to add wood to ignite the anger in you to keep this situation going. Go ahead, read.
Your country is desolate. Your cities are burnt with
fire. The country is desolate. Desolation. Israel is desolated. Yes, it is. Why is desolate? Because we ain't there. The people that God has chosen is not there. And if you go there, you're going to step into a war zone. God spewed us and kicked us out the land. But we want to go against the commandment of God. God kicked us out. You want to move back in Jerusalem and live there. What are you doing there? God already kicked you out. You want to go against the who? The prophecy of God. Remind me of that king, Zedekiah. God told Zedekiah, he said, listen, he said, go to when Babylon come, he said, submit yourself under the rule of Babylon. Zedekiah didn't want to submit himself. He thought he can escape the hand of God. Took his family and went through the passageway, through the cut to escape. But they knew the passage. Why? Because King Hezekiah has revealed the passage and God got angry with him. Years ago. And the word was spread. The word spread it.
See right here, wait.
Man, it's a sad moment. Very sad because after he escaped and he's running to go where? To the other side of what? To the other side of what? Of the Jordan. You know why? You know why? I have to speak out this because he's at that point in time, the nation was split. Yeah. But guess what? He knew. He said, "Listen, man, my brother's gonna hold me down regardless of the fact." So I gotta get on the other side of the Jordan. So he got his family, his servants, and they caught him in the plains. They called him the plains of Jezreel, man.
Yeah, you know where he's going.
They blinded his sons.
But they killed his sons.
They killed his sons and then blinded him.
That's the last thing he seen.
That's sad, man. But God allowed the people
God
to
allowed
go
that.
through that
He didn't listen to God.
because he didn't listen to God, man. Listen, Jeremiah couldn't speak the word of God. Every time he come with that, thus saith the Lord, they came at him hard.
Yeah.
They came at him, man. Let's read.
Your land, strangers devour it in your presence,
Uh-huh.
and it is desolate as
Now hold
overthrown by
up. Stay where you
strangers.
at, right? It said ye will revolt more. What verse you at?
I'm at
Verse 7, right?
I'm at
Stay,
7.
start at the beginning of 7. He said, ye will revolt more and more. The word for revolt is sarah, samek, resh, hey. It means to continue to withdraw. It means to turn away. And it also means apostasy.
Apostate.
Huh? Apostasy means abandonment.
Right.
Apostasy means also renunciation. Renunciation means a formal rejection.
I renounce this.
Huh?
That's what
Go ahead, Tom Sheet. Verse 7.
Your country is
The
desolate.
country is
Its cities
desolated.
are burnt
The
with
country
fire.
is in devastation. It's in waste. Devastation means great destruction, great damage. They ransacked Jerusalem, man. Destroyed the temple, burned the houses. Everything got ransacked, man.
Everything got put on fire.
Everything got put on fire. And everybody got taken out of that. Taken out of Jerusalem and put in a strange land. Tom Sheet.
Your land, strangers devour it in your presence, and it is desolate as overthrown by strangers. And the daughter of Zion is left as a cottage in the vineyard.
Wait a minute. He said the daughter of Zion is left as a what?
As a cottage
As a cottage in what?
in a vineyard.
A cottage in the vineyard was erected in the middle of the vineyard for the keepers of the vineyard to watch in the night and the day. These things was watched, right? And to guard the fruit.
God.
It was a very lonely place when the clusters of the vineyard was gathered. That was speaking. You know why God compared Israel as a cottage? Because metaphor. That's a metaphor. Because when the people go in that vineyard to glean and pick, that's the only thing you see. Bare trees, and you just see one cottage left there by himself. He compared that to the nation of Israel. He compared that to us. He said the daughter of Zion was left there as a cottage and left by herself because they snatched all the men. They took the men into captivity. The woman is left there with no guidance. Sometimes the men that came and invaded, they snatched the daughters, raped. They took them and they raped them, man, like yes, some massa. Yeah. During slavery, the massa raped the black woman. And she better give it up. And the men called Buck. And that only happened in the islands. In the islands, the drop off. The last drop off was the Americas. And when they dropped off the people in the Americas, the shit that was used had to be burnt. You know why? Because there were sections. Man and woman sitting on the sections. You had to urinate, you urinated there. You had to stool, you stooled there. The woman on her period, she period and had a period there. Everything dropping below decks and below. And so that was the place where the bubonic plague started from. That shit had to be burnt. Pregnant woman was hung, shotgun stuffed inside them and let off. But you know why I don't hate these people?
No. It's prophecy.
You know why I don't hate these people and I don't despise?
God.
Because God told them to do that.
That's right.
And this is what we need to realize. God has commanded and told them to do that to the nation of Israel because we have rejected and despised God.
Ain't no revolution.
Okay?
Ain't no
We
revolution.
rejected God. So because of our rejection of God, this had to happen.
That's right. Talk
The
about
word
it.
of the Lord is
Yeah.
good as long as it ain't in my time.
Time share.
Except the Lord of hosts had left us unto a very small remnant.
A very small remnant.
We should
A
have-
small remaining of what is left. So who's all these people talking about Israelites? It ain't too many of us.
Too much people.
The true seed is not too many.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
We
should
should
Uh-huh.
have been as Sodom.
Uh-huh.
And we should have been like unto Gomorrah.
Uh-huh.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye rulers of Sodom.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye rulers of Sodom.
Give ear to the Lord, law of our God, ye
People of Gomorrah. Time
See
sheep.
what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me?
Why you keep sacrificing? It's of no use. Go ahead.
Saith the Lord, I am full of the burnt offerings of rams
Uh-huh.
and the fat of fed beasts.
Uh-huh.
And I delight not in the blood of bullocks
Uh-huh.
or of the lambs or of he goats.
Uh-huh.
When you come to appear before me, who hath required this at your hand
Uh-huh.
to tread my courts?
Uh-huh.
Bring
To
no
tread my courts. Wait a minute. You know why he said to tread my courts? The word for courts is katzad. Chet zadei resh. You had two courts. You had the inner court. You had the outer court.
That's right.
The courts that we were not allowed in was the
Inner-
inner courts. And this is what God is talking about. They started invading and going into the inner court where only the priests and the high priest belong can go into. He said, who gave you?
They thought they were priests too.
That's right, Tom Sheep.
Bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me.
Nothing.
The new moons and
Uh-huh.
Sabbaths,
Uh-huh.
calling of assemblies,
Uh-huh.
I cannot away with.
Go to verse 17.
Verse 17.
Tom Sheep.
Learn to do well.
All right, wait a minute. Learn to do well. This is something that we have to learn. Tay-T, learn to do good. Learn how to improve before God. And the only way to improve before God is by reading this book. Tay-T. Huh? Go ahead, learn to do well. Now you're going to give you some, a little bit. A little something. Go ahead, learn to do well.
Seek judgment.
Seek judgment.
Relieve the oppressed.
Relieve the oppressed. The word for relieve is asher. Okay? When I looked up the word in the Hebrew, it means to guide. To guide the oppressed. Huh? To guide the oppressed. Huh? To give aid or help or to pacify. You will never know if a person is oppressed if you don't sit down and talk with the person. You don't know, we don't know what the man is going through. And we just treat each other like anyhow, but you can go into a line or a way of oppressing a person that is oppressed already. That's why I have to be careful with what I say and how I treat people, because I may be dealing with a person that is oppressed, stressed out, and aggravated, and you will never know if I didn't voice it. Because people could be oppressed, but they're laughing and joking because they don't allow the things that's stressing them out and what they're all oppressed about to get to them to where, okay? Sometimes I'm laughing and I'm joking and I go in the room and the one person that can see is your mother. Mother come inside, you go inside, and mother see you. She says, Shama. I said, what's wrong with you? I said, nothing, Ema, ain't nothing wrong. But she know her son. She said, nah, I don't like how you look. I don't like how I'm seeing. I could tell something is wrong with you. But you still go and say, nah, Ema, I'm good. Sometimes you say I'm good. Sometimes you can't hold it in. You just break down and cry.
They see it.
Because they see it.
One's close to you can see it.
Yes. And more than likely, she knows what you're oppressed about and stressed out about. With that, I already got what was bought.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm going to call the next speaker, teacher, indeed, Chief Mikal Ben Levi.
Giving all praise to the Most High God, the God of the universe, our Creator, God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and my leader, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Give all due respect to chief men, prince men, mothers in Israel, visitors, brothers and sisters. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Nikah.
At this moment, can we rise? Recite 10 commandments. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness
or any likeness
of anything
of anything
that is in heaven above,
of heaven
or
above,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
But I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
For the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy
nor thy
daughter,
manservant,
thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
thy
nor thy
maidservant,
cattle,
nor thy
nor
cattle,
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them is.
the sea and all that in the midst.
The rest is the 7th day.
And blessed the Sabbath day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy
that
mother,
thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit
Thou
adultery.
shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his
nor his
manservant,
maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his
nor
ox,
his ass,
nor his
nor
ass,
anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. The Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay, we're going to move ahead to chapter Hosea, the book of Hosea, chapter 4.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel.
Not the world. It's not for the world. It's not for the world. Because the world don't want to follow God. So it's for you. It's not for me to want heathens and go out there and put all my time and energy talking to them. When all my time and energy is supposed to be in the house, my house, so I can command my household. That's the only way I can be able to command my household after me, like Abraham. Abraham did not say, well, look, let me go and preach this word of God to the Canaanites, who he lived amongst. The Canaanites are going to dish you when you come talking about God to them. You got to make them come to you. Make them come to you. Make them come to you with questions. Make them come to you with the interest and the curiosity. Then you can take them under. But our job is not to teach the world. God knows who he going to give a chance to hear his truth to. And he'll make them meet a man, right? He'll make a woman meet a man and become his wife. And she's being taught in the laws of God now. He'll make a man who had a friend in school. That friend in school was an Israelite. Now, hey, since you my friend and you enjoy, I'll give you an ear. Man, yo, come on, come through. Check it out. Men bring men in. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's not for the world, because the world is not going to do this. The world never. Anytime the world got together on one accord, God said it wasn't good. The first time that happened, God said, look what they imagined to do. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a good thing to make that tower, because whatever they had in mind to do was not a good thing towards God.
Right.
And that's the one time the whole world decided to be as one. Another time in the Apocrypha, Antiochus Epiphanes, okay, Greco-Syrian king who took over the land of Palestine, the land of Syria, and he was the most evil out of all his generation, out of all his of everybody that came before him in his line, and everybody that came after him, he was the worst. He was worse than his father's father. He was worse than his son, Antiochus Epiphanes. And he had in mind for the whole world to be regarded as one, with one God, one rule. And it wasn't the Most High God. Hitler. Okay? Hitler had the same idea. That's why the Jews are the main enemies of Greece, Hellenism, Rome. It was always Israelites or the Jews. The Jews is the original Israelites, not the Jews you see today. They started calling the Israelite Jews because they were the only ones left in the land of Judea. So, people saw, you call your nickname, they cut your name short. Okay? So instead of saying the Judeans, they just said the Jews. And then you had, and centuries later, you had Europeans that banded together and took on these ways. That is the Jewish people you see today. But the first Jews were the only ones that was left, the only Israelites that was left when we got taken into Babylon. Okay? And they were called Judeans. After a while, they called them Jews. Mm-hmm. It's not for the world. Okay? It's for me to teach my house diligently. Everyone in my house, all my children, my wife, everybody, that's who my concern for this to get to. Okay? God will bring whoever he sees fit to come close to him, like he told Moses. Okay? Whoever he feels fit, okay, this person can do it. It's not my job to go out there and do that. So it's for the children of Israel. He said what?
Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. Mm-hmm. For the Lord had a controversy with the inhabitants of the land.
Controversy mean I got a problem. I got beef. You guys, what y'all doing is making yourselves an enemy to me. All right? He said, because why are the Israelites, who's supposed to be God's people, made themselves, and how can you make yourself, and how can we make ourselves enemies by God having a controversy with us? But I got a problem. When somebody say, hey, I got a bone to pick with you. Whenever somebody say that, is it a good thing? Nope. It's never a good thing. Nope. So that's what it is now. Tom Street.
Because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in this land.
You hear that? It came to the point where thus said the Lord wasn't safe no more. The laws, they threw the laws down. They were doing what they want. They lived how they want. Okay? So there was no mercy, there's no truth, Nobody's speaking truth. I'll lie on you because I hate you to get you into something. Because what I'm saying is going to get you killed or get you banished or get you jailed or get you treated a certain way or get you looked at a certain way. Okay? So nobody's speaking the truth no more in the land. It says no mercy. Nobody's giving up no mercy. It's no love. After a while, hey, I don't see no mercy with these guys, so I'm not giving none. It's all right or wrong. That's how it goes. Or sometimes, man, a person would say, well, I'm out of here. Nobody got a heart here. Or it's nothing but violence here. Or there's nothing nice here. Everybody does that. When you feel threatened, your life feel threatened, are you going to keep going there?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to keep going wherever your life feel threatened?
No.
So there was no mercy amongst these people. He said, nor knowledge of God in the land. The knowledge of God and the precepts of God. So nobody was supporting that. At a certain time, you say, thus saith the Lord, they will kill you. Yeah, Israelites, same Israelites, not talking about heathens. Amongst the people that we call Israel, it got to the point where they didn't follow God and they kept following the people. So after a while, generations, it got worse. It got to the point where we're doing each other. All the mercy and everything is for each other. The truth and everything was for each other. We started. You see what the slave master did to us in all the slaveries? We were doing it to each other before that. Yeah, we were torturing each other. I will kill you and take your wife. Okay? Yeah. God told Zedekiah, you got your own Israelite brothers as bond servants, as slaves.
Yep.
And that's against the law. If you let them go, everything that I thought to do, I'm gonna turn Babylon around because they on their way.
Right.
I'm gonna turn this one away. And the curses I was about to pronounce on you guys for all the other stuff you did, I'm not gonna do it. If you do this one thing, if you could just humble yourself to this one thing, let your brethren go. All the ones that you got as slaves, let them go. They got homes to go to. He said, okay, he let them go. And then a day later, he sent forth men to go and chase them down and bring them back.
Back to subjection.
All he had to do was that God said, look, you ain't even got to do all of those.
All right. That one
All you got to do is just one thing. He made a
He's
deal
right
with him.
now.
He said, because he's on his way.
Coming.
Nebuchadnezzar's on his way. Y'all don't even know. That's why I said calamity comes suddenly. Because you're so busy doing your thing with the works of your hands, thinking you right and everything gonna be okay. And every day is gonna wake up the same way. That when it comes, when the earthquake comes, when the disease comes, when the police come, when the gun go off, and somebody get hit and die. That's what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about. Township.
By swearing and lying and killing and
Swearing.
stealing.
I was telling somebody yesterday, I said, man, listen, he said, did you say me that? I wasn't used to saying, swear to God and the Most High. I didn't talk like that. Everything that come out my mouth, I gotta swear. They only swore in matters concerning your neighbor's goods, and in matters of saying, hey, you're safe. I swear I'm not going to do anything to your life like David did. That's when you swear. Intemperate swearing is outside of that, meaning you swearing for anything, They were truthful people, so they didn't have to swear on everything. Now you got heathens, you swear on my dead grandmother's grave. You swear it on dead people. You swear on this. My word is bond.
On itself.
Your word is not bonded to God.
Smoking on Lottie.
All that is dead. Even in the gangs, they roll up to dead homies, or they roll up to dead ops.
Crazy.
You are smoking or rolling
Dito,
or
fact.
drinking or pouring out to dead people still, whether you hated them or not. You're still honoring the dead when you do that. You got to leave that stuff alone. They can't follow everything they
Follow
do.
the ways and goings.
You can't follow their sayings. Their sayings come from wickedness.
Money. They don't even know what they're doing.
If you can't beat them, join them. That's a wicked person that ever, whoever came up with that was wicked.
Good for the goose.
That means, hey, we the only ones that's doing this stuff out following God. We might as well be like everybody in the world and get ours.
Yeah.
Get ours. Because you only live once. And it's very short.
YOLO.
This is what they tell you. Do you. Get yours. Get the bag. And do whatever you got to do to get the bag. Okay? That's the way of the world. White, black, Chinese, everybody.
All names.
Everybody. Everybody's like that now. Everybody has that mentality now. Nobody is geared towards righteousness. Everybody is inclined to do the wrong thing to themselves, to each other, to their children, to their I love you, but nobody know what love is. Love has been distorted. So if they're not following God, they ain't gonna know what love is. Love is how I put it out. Okay? It's up to me now. Everybody's moving after the heart of the lust of their own hearts. When you don't follow God, He rewards you with that.
Facts.
Go on your own. Okay, since you too much, you too haughty and too proud, and you too good to follow me, or you too bad to follow me. You go that way with your own thinking pattern. With your own thinking pattern. Okay? And you live that life until you die. Remember, if you die, it's at all spirits. Finish.
Return to God.
Return to God. And you're going to bow before Him.
Every knee shall bend.
Every knee shall bend.
And
So
then
when you die,
confess.
you go see Him. Just remember that.
You're going to confess your own fault. That's
Okay?
when you come true.
There ain't no excuses. There ain't no but, if, ands, or maybes there.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, you ain't going to have nothing to say. You are finally compelled yourself to be quiet, like you should have been when you was alive.
And every tongue shall swear.
Everyone, from the president, all those guys that's presidents, all the Abraham Lincoln bowed before the Lord. George Washington bowed before the Lord. Cleopatra, all the pharaohs, they all did, and went where they supposed to go from there. Because all spirits come from God. That's the spark of life. What we call life is the breath that God give out. The breath that come from God is an animator. I keep telling y'all every week, y'all don't know your God. You don't know why He's called the living God.
Yeah. We
We don't call Him powers.
Yeah.
Powers come from God.
That's right.
God made powers.
That's right. Talk
God
about it.
made powers.
That's
He
right.
is not powers.
Oh,
okay?
Jump in me.
All that stuff comes from God.
Yeah, talk about it. Talk about it.
Okay?
Talk about it.
He is not powers.
Talk about it.
That's why people today, they say my higher power. They're not talking about the most high. Some people talking about Jake.
Right.
Some people, whoever this person seem as God, that's their higher power. God is not going to refer to Himself in that manner where you could take a title of His and He could be referred to any deity for any people. Y'all don't understand when God say He is a holy God. You cannot serve the Most High God the way you want to, Israel.
Yeah.
You cannot serve God the way you used to serve Jake. You cannot serve God the way you used to do anything out there.
Riding the fence.
What was good and what was worship and what was for that is God say, no, not here. This is how you love me. This is how you glorify me. This is how you pray to me. This is how you observe my days. These are the days you observe. This is what you do. This is what you don't do. This is what you eat. This is what you don't eat. You do this. If this happened, you do this. That's what God tells us. He tells us how to do this thing. Well, we got a lot. I'm not going to jump my gun. Tongue sheet.
By swearing and lying and killing and stealing.
To each other. To each other. To each other. The Israelites, it was doing stuff. And I swear I didn't put my hand to my neighbor's goods, but I did. Because that was one of the occasions when you got to swear. Right or wrong.
That's right.
Because I gave you something to hold and you have it in your house. Somebody came in your house and stole it. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. But now you have to come before the judges and you have to swear in God's name, El Shaddai, that I didn't touch my neighbor's goods. And guess what? I got to leave that alone. I can't say in my head, nah, man, I don't believe that. He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. Well, look, if he is lying, I leave that up to God because he already swore to. Remember now, he ain't swearing to me. He swore to God he didn't do it. So he's calling God as a witness. God could witness and testify that I didn't do that. So that's on him. That's why the matter is left alone. It's beyond me now. But I make it about me by saying, man, I don't believe that he's lying. So I don't dead the situation. I keep campaigning. I campaign. You know what a campaign is? I go from here to every ear that I could get and recruit people, right, to side with me and support me.
For evil.
That's not how it goes. But that's what they were doing. He said, and killing who? Killing each other, not killing goats.
Murder.
Okay, and the Hebrews say murder. We was murdering each other. It got to the point where there was no love. Yeah. So there was no mercy. And when you don't have no love and no mercy, I could kill you for anything and you can kill me for anything. Now I challenge you. Okay? I challenge you. And what happens? In challenging men challenging each other, it becomes a duel. We're going to shake. Yeah. We're going to pop off. Because what the man said, one ain't backing down, the other ain't backing down. They didn't avoid none of that. And it got ugly in the land. So God is looking at them, and this is all he sees. One time he looked at them, and he didn't see no iniquity in them. Right? Mm-hmm. Now he look at them, and he's seeing swearing and lying. They swear and then lie. Okay? They're murdering each other, stealing. Keep going.
And committing adultery.
It wasn't look. It wasn't just outsiders that would kill you, take your wife. We was doing that too to ourselves. For some reason, I'm on you. I'm paying so much attention to your woman. Why am I paying so much attention to your woman? Mm-hmm. The first thing that comes to my mind is you want her? Do you want her? You want her? You can have her. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Take my woman. Take her. What you looking at her? What you paying so much attention to her for? I'm her Lord. I'm her Lord, not you. That's why I stay out of men's, women's faces. Even heathens. Even if you say, yo, that's my girl. I respect that. Yeah, I stay out her face. Yeah. Every minute I look. This brother, hey brother, why you always got concerned with this sister doing? She got a husband. Yeah. What are you come so concerned about the man's wife for? Yeah. Leave that alone.
It's mine.
It's his possession.
Both of them.
All three.
I say it's mine.
Leave that alone. Yo, I said, even in outside of the man's claim, said, that's my girl, that's my woman, leave it alone. But he ain't married. All right. He might be tender. He might get a broken heart and broken heart so much, and he'll kill you over that. You know, men will kill you over a woman. You know, most men have died over women.
Still going on. They get involved every day.
I don't know if y'all know what's going, if y'all blind to the facts. A lot of times, I don't like you because all the girls come to you. And that's how men are. You bugging. I know how people look. I'm gonna go higher. How people are with you, I get jealous of. I don't respect him. He do this, he do that, he do that. So, that's not right, man. We don't love each other. A dude do you good, I do him dirty. I'm mad at you, I get mad at your friends. I'm going past your wife and your kids. I get mad at your friends and everybody that comes around. Now I want beef with your friends.
Crazy.
And your friends ain't got nothing to do with it.
Crazy.
So that showed me how much you love me. It showed me how much you love me. So I got to keep a distance because you don't love me too much. I'm going to keep my distance because you don't love me too much. I got something to do. I'm always busy. I ain't got time for that. I'm not a Vic. My father didn't teach me to be a Vic with these commandments. We got to stop this. He's saying committing adultery. He said they do what? They break out. Uh-huh.
They break out and blood touches blood.
Wow, now I'm getting to family. This was, all the stuff before that wasn't even family. Now it said they break out. And what? And blood touches blood. Do you notice that this blood is always mentioning blood and blood? Because we
Crash.
you know me and I know you so well, you can't scare me and I can't scare you. So when one try to scare, intimidate each other, it breaks out and blood turns on blood because you don't scare me and I don't scare you. So you can stop talking like that and stop acting like that because you're not scaring nobody and you're not intimidating nobody. So blood is going to wind up touching blood.
Let's get to it.
That's how it break out. This is the things that God looked in the land and he didn't like it, man. And that's why he allowed the slave master to come and do these same things that we was doing to each other, to us.
That's right. That's right.
Everything they did to us, we did to each other. Tell sheep.
Therefore shall the land mourn, and everyone that dwelleth therein shall languish.
See, these are things we don't think about. He said, when that go down, what happened to the land?
Therefore shall the land
The
mourn.
land is going to cry out. Why is the land crying out? Because there's innocent blood being spilt on that land. That's why. That's when the land starts to cry out. When innocent blood gets spilt on the land. Did not Abel's blood cry out? Mm-hmm. Did not Abel's blood cry out? Mm-hmm. And he was innocent, right? Did he do anything to Cain?
No.
Did he do anything to Cain?
No.
Did he say anything about Cain? Was he even thinking about Cain?
No.
He was doing him and he was good with God, right?
That's right.
And he died. He got killed because of that. So his blood cried out for innocence to God. So God is the only one that hears that cry. Not everybody blood cries. Because sometimes you had to get killed because you murdered already. The only way to get that, to finalize that situation is the one that spilled the blood. His blood got to be shed. Right or wrong?
Right.
Then it's over. Until then, innocent blood cries out to God. Right or wrong?
Right.
Until then, there's nothing else to stop that. So how much innocent blood God hears now? That was one guy, Abel, one person, and he cried out to him.
Bunch of vaccinated.
Okay? Ain't too much innocent blood being spilled. But the ones that are being spilled, ain't that much. A lot of the blood that's being spilled is payback. Mm-hmm. Okay? He had to go. But the ones that are being innocently killed today, God hears that. God hears that. Tell she.
And everyone that
3.
And everyone that dwelleth therein shall languish with the beasts of the field.
So the land is going to mourn. The land is going to feel it. Okay? And because of that, when the land is languishing, it loses its strength. It doesn't yield what you put in it. When you put seeds in it, it's not going to give up everything. Because it's cursed now. Because of innocent blood. Because of this. Because of that. Rituals. All these things. The land ain't going to give you what you deserve now. It's commanded by God already. Tell she.
And with the fowls of the heaven, Yea, the fishes of the sea also shall be taken away.
Look at that. My Abba used to always say, see, look, the poor fish. That's all the fish do is swim. You see that in the aquarium? That's all they do is swim. They don't even know good or evil.
They're right.
But they still pay for our iniquities and our shortcomings with God on this planet. Everything pays for it. The land pays for it. Then the animals pay for it. Then the fish pay for it. The fruits, the vegetation, everything pays for it.
Wherever y'all go, y'all cut it up.
We corrupt everything. Remember, all this stuff was made for you. God made all of this as a home for you, for man.
Take the stuff, the resources, and service.
He said, man can't live. I make man right now. He's not going to survive. There's no air here. There's only darkness and water here. At the beginning, that's what it was. And you know very well. You can't live. All right. You can't live in the middle of the ocean. It's dark. There's nothing but water. That would have been the same. So God said, okay, let me make a firmament. Let me divide the firmament. Let me make lights, greater light, lesser light, stars. And then he took it himself and said, boom, place me, put him here. He placed everything you see up there. Placed them. Like how you decorate, how you decorate your house. And you put the lamp over there. And put the curtains up here. That's what God did. He did that. Right. Not for him. Not for him. His house is above the heavens. His house is. You can't count miles to where his house is. Miles don't matter.
Above the heavens.
You got to be living in eternity to be able to reach that house. You understand that, y'all? Y'all understand that? You have to be immortal. Because that's dealing with time, place, and displacement. Look. God is above all science. What God do cannot be explained. What God does defies science. Science tells you gravity. God tell you you're going to float where gravity at. The man said, okay, God, switch it up. Make this part wet and make this part dry, which is which is highly impossible to do in an instant. Number one. Okay? Very highly impossible.
Hang it up.
Like that, God did it. He said, okay, now I know. You know why he did that? He didn't, a couple of people said, oh, he didn't have enough faith in God or what. It wasn't that. People were doing that.
That was the norm.
You had sorcerers. Some of those other gods that the children of Israel followed requires you to become like a witch or a warlock. Seances and rituals and certain things. And magic. Magic. People do magic. Tricks. Illusions. They make stuff disappear. You don't know where it went. It got teleported somewhere. And because they do rituals to gain that access to do these things. And they get money off of it. They get believers off of it. That's why God said leave all that stuff alone. He didn't say it's fake. He never said, let's leave it alone because it's not true. He said leave that alone because you're going to corrupt your spirit. Right. And you will never be able to serve God. Because when you get to a certain level in all other things, in religions, in Christianity, when you get to a certain level with all these things, you ain't good no more to serve God. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I learned that. That's why certain people didn't reach the heights they were supposed to reach in other worlds that they grew up in. Because God already had a deem for them to come here and teach them the truth, knowing that they was going to die doing this. Once I show look, some people, God said, man, forget you Israelites, all you Israelites. Because if I went to those people, they would have hearkened. So, just a message to a lot of debaters, arguers, people who think they know this, okay? That's what made God say, I went to those people. They wouldn't have argued. They wouldn't have debated. They would have believed me. We don't believe what we read. We don't believe it. We don't believe it. Some for a moment. Most never. We don't believe it, man.
Yeah.
You say, thus saith the Lord, thou shalt not, blah, blah, blah. Then I say, well, look, that's why you're not supposed to, blah, 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 blah. Somebody comes to us and say, yes, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all got to watch that because this is the stuff God talking about here in this chapter. Y'all gotta stop bucking everything. Everything you buck is what God wants you to follow. Y'all don't know that? You're coming from a backwards mental state. Everything everybody does is naturally wicked.
Naturally.
Your natural thoughts are wicked.
Yep.
Tom sheet.
Yeah, the fishes of the sea also shall be taken away. Yet let no man strive, no reprove
I
another.
will tell you, my Abba said, yeah. He said the fishes is gonna hit the fish too. Everything that man do, man change his kind, the fish gonna want to change their kind. You know what that means? The fish gonna want to start acting like the female fish does a dance. No, who does a dance? The female fish. Certain fishes is the male to do the dance. Certain fishes is the female that do a dance to attract a mate.
Mm-hmm.
And it's switched up now. When the men are supposed to do this dance, they're supposed to do certain things, he go up in front of another male fish and do the dance. And the male fish pecking him like, get away from me, you not a female. I saw that. It has touched the fishes also. This is the wickedness of man touches everything on this planet.
Niggas consuming that, huh?
And
Funny fish. Oh, man.
funny fish.
Funny fish.
Remember Howard told me that.
Yeah.
He said, look, if what man doing,
Yeah.
because man is into this, all those curses of iniquity jump on the animals and the land and the fish too.
Yeah.
And some of them are going to be funny.
Read out. Yeah.
You got dogs.
He could read out.
You got dogs. Dogs like jumping on male dogs. And he knows a male.
Go pet
And he keep jumping on the male dog. Okay? Dogs, look, dogs and kids show you what's going on in their houses. I know one guy, every time you touch the dog turns around, bends over, and cocks his behind up. Every time I stop petting the dog. Somebody's doing something to that dog. Somebody's doing something to that cat. That's not normal behavior. Yeah, it's not normal behavior, man. You see, that's why I say you kill the ox too, or you kill the animal too. That's bestiality. You got to kill that animal too, because now that animal is only looking towards humans.
Right.
You don't want his kind no more. We are changing the kind in the world today. So it's affecting everything. Tom sheet.
Yet let no man strive, nor reprove another. But our people are
He said, even though all this go on, don't let nobody try to even rebuke somebody. Oh God, you better not say thus. You better not try to say, yo, man, don't you think you was wrong? You better not say, yo, you was wrong, son, chill. You can't do that today.
Like I know, I told you I'm on demon time.
They say, yet let no man strive, nor reprove another. Don't bother. Reprove yourself and your house. Don't waste your energy with stubborn grown men and women.
Yeah, kids too.
Don't fret it. I don't put myself amongst children. I'm talking about men and women. Okay? Children stay in their place. It's the men and the women that don't stay in their place, and they teach the children how to stay out of their place. We teach the children how to act. And then we get mad at them because of the same thing we just finished doing. We're showing them this is how it really is. Okay?
Let's talk about
He said, let no man strive, nor reprove another. He said, for that people that spake, you don't reprove another. I better not say, no, Shama was wrong in that situation. Because if I say that, Shama gonna start talking to me, and he gonna start talking about me. Ain't that something? You're gonna start talking about me, but not talking to me. Look at what we do with each other, man. I ain't do it when you said I was wrong, and I said, yeah, you know what, I was wrong. Yeah, man, yeah, you should have did that. You know what, you was right, I shouldn't have did it. I ain't get like that. Why you get like that? So now I ain't telling you nothing because you a scorner. That's a scorner. That's a scorner. Okay? Every time I try to say something, or I see somebody else try to say something, don't turn out right. So I'm not telling you nothing.
You the one who told me to pull your car.
I'm not telling you nothing. You setting me up. I don't have to. I don't have to because you a scorner. And they say I ain't got to say nothing to a scorner.
Unless you get his block.
That's how you become a scorner. When it becomes a problem in correction, and it could go to us fighting or this war break out. Nah, it's best I don't say nothing. That means that you're not gonna listen. And why should I waste my time? We learn wisdom from the ones who follow God. That's why I told one wisdom is the principal thing. You gotta listen sometimes. You gotta listen, man. Even the head listen. Even the head listen. The leaders listen. So who are you?
That's right.
Why is always the lowest got something to say?
Yeah.
You gotta learn more. You're not giving yourself a chance to get the idea of what you're living and what you're doing. You haven't got it yet.
Yeah, talk about it.
You haven't gotten it yet, man. You didn't get the real crust of this. Tongue sheet.
Therefore shall I fall in the day, and the prophet also shall fall with thee in the night, and I will destroy thy mother.
Therefore, everybody going down. See what happens? When there's no correction, we can't get this. God shut it down. You hear what I said, man? God shuts it down. To the point where you can't put your finger and say, well, it's your fault why it's shut down. God shuts it down. He makes it in a situation where you ain't got no choice. That's what happens. He get mad at everybody. No, I ain't doing that. No, I ain't mad at everybody. Shut it down. The ones who didn't anger me will survive. But this gotta go. Town sheet. You know who our mother is? Jerusalem. The place where God chose to place his name there, where we go. We don't have that thing, that now. We got little Jerusalems. You know what little Jerusalem is? Any place that we set up on Shabbat. This is where we go on Shabbat. This is where we praise God at. Okay? God will destroy that too. If he destroyed Jerusalem, he will shut down your camp. Many camps got shut down because of this reason, because of that reason, because of that reason. Okay? Okay. He will shut it down. I don't want y'all calling on me because y'all ain't good.
See you later.
So the ones that are good, they will continue to call on me wherever they at. I will make sure they're good. Tongue sheet.
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
You destroy yourself because of lack of knowledge. Now today, the people give you the knowledge. We give you the knowledge. You get the knowledge and you throw it away. This is not you. You don't have a lack of knowledge. You know. You know. You know, and you know where they went wrong at. You know. There is no excuse. That's why the people are destroying themselves or lack of knowledge. You guys don't want to hear that you're not supposed to be eating certain things. You are very stubborn. God don't want you eating blood and fat at all in any manner, but you still do it.
Yeah, talk about it.
So you are destroying yourselves for not lack of knowledge, for not listening to the knowledge. They lacked it. They didn't know. Certain people back then, if they knew, they would have did it. Some heathens, if God went to them, they would have did it. You know, you see what the greats did and what the greats didn't do, for an example, and we criticize them and still do our own thing.
Yeah.
Pride, we got something way more than pride. It got to be a new word in the dictionary for the word pride, because it's beyond pride.
Stoneheart.
This is beyond pride. It's beyond that. God said we got God said they had a stony heart. We don't have a stony heart. We got something worse. We don't have a heart at all.
At all.
You don't understand what I'm saying, bro?
Crazy.
God said everything, all that stuff was for them. We're worse.
10 times, 20 times.
We don't have a heart. They had at least they had a stone heart, and God was able to soften that up. We don't have a heart at all. We was not born with it. We wasn't born to have a heart for your father. You don't have a heart for your mother. You don't have a heart for yourself. You don't have a heart for your wife, your children. Nobody. And you think you're good. And we think you're doing something.
Yeah.
And you think you're okay. And you're pointing and pointing and pointing and pointing. But nothing is right.
Yeah.
Term sheet. Look, in your house, it ain't right. People's houses ain't right. I ain't been in there, and I know it's not. Because of how they represent themselves.
That's right. Yeah. Monkey.
Because of what you disagree with.
Yeah, monkey.
I can tell how you are and what's in your house by what you agree with when God laws is being pronounced. That's right. I said, oh, okay, he brought it back. Because every time we talk about it,
You're quiet.
every time we talk about
that nigga on mute.
every time people get upset.
That nigga on mute. Yeah.
People get upset.
Yeah.
People start getting crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody's paying attention to the teacher no more.
Talk about it.
Everybody start doing this. Everybody start doing this. That's how I know. That's how my father told me what to look for. He told me what to look for when teaching the people. God told Isaiah, show the people how good they are.
No, they wicked.
Show the people how righteous they are.
They wicked.
Show the people how he said, show them their wicked, show them their sins.
Right.
Let's show them where they are going wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Don't condemn them. We're not condemned. You're not being condemned. Okay? You're not being put on trial. Nobody's doing nothing to you. We're showing you where you're wrong with God. That's what this is whole thing is for me, for you, for our children. So we can all be correct with God, man. That's all. Everything else is a hang-up. Everything else is a hang-up. And a hold on. I'm still holding on to this incident over here. I'm holding on to that over there. And I know it because when I thought it was all forgotten, you get upset with a person, it comes back up. Yeah, you didn't know. I said, yo, chill. Nah, man. And then when I say chill, when I say hold on, chill, I violate. Now, because I'm in it. It's as if I offended that person.
Yeah.
Why? Because I went, oh, you gonna tell me chill? You sided with him. Pow, 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 pow. So I'm keeping my distance. I'm keeping my distance the way I've been. I'm not telling nobody nothing. The only time you're gonna hear me is up here. I'm speaking God's word. So you can shoot it down. You ain't shooting me down, like Moses said. You're shooting God's words down.
That's right.
You're shooting God's words down. Because I ain't got time to get personal with people. I'm trying to correct myself. I don't have time for you to be on my mind.
Yeah.
No, you're not that important. No. Tell she.
My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee.
Because you rejected knowledge. Knowledge now. What kind of knowledge? Knowledge of God. Knowledge of how to serve God. How to serve God. You have to learn how to pray to God. How to worship him. Because you could think, oh, well, I'm worshiping God, but that's how they worship the deity over there. You can't do that. Tell she.
That thou should be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the laws of thy God, I will also forget thy children.
He said, first he said, I'm going to forget your mother. So Jerusalem is gone. So now, once the office is taken out, what priest are you? Mm-hmm. The king's office and the priest's office got snatched. And we got kicked out. And we were woke up in our enemy's land. Thousands and thousands of years after this, after these people that serve God, God's people, we were mixed and everybody was scattered everywhere. Whoever was alive, whatever Israelite was left alive, died in their enemy's lands. Mm-hmm. And the enemy came and their children took over to what we got over there now. You can't be mad at those people. Yeah. You gotta leave that alone. The affairs of the world, leave it alone. Leave it alone. God put whoever's leading any country, God put them there. Do y'all know that? Do y'all know that?
That's right.
You may hate this president or this guy, but God put them there for a reason.
That's right. That's right. God did it.
Okay? When the children of Israel, and that's not now, this don't happen now. When the children of Israel were sent to Babylon for 70 years, that means they were sentenced to come back. Mm-hmm. So God sent the angel out to watch over them. Y'all know that?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
It said, and the great Prince Michael, which is the angel Michael, he went to go and hold down Daniel because Daniel made his mind up to serve God. So God said, go and hold him down. But he had to fight the angel that was holding them, the Prince of Persia. There was an angel holding down the Prince of Persia. That's what made him the world power. Y'all got it now? Mm-hmm. Y'all don't know how God, y'all don't really know how to, and y'all ain't gonna understand and get to the depths if you don't stop eating blood. Don't stop shaving and balding your heads. That's one of the things. Honoring the Sabbath, honoring your parents. All those things I just mentioned. If you don't got one of those correct, you will not do these commandments. You cannot do these commandments. You won't be able to. You will not be accepted. Anything else that you do will not be accepted. I the Sabbath so much. But when it comes to my mother, I disregard what she say. Mm-hmm. Everything you do is being thrown away. That's right. Leviticus 19, the first verse, it says what? Stay there. I'm going to show you how God gives you. He don't just give you a law. He gives you laws and steps and stages. One law you complete, you advance.
Every man
shall
fear his father.
Okay?
Every man shall fear his father and his mother and reverence my sanctuary.
Yeah. The first command, he said, ye shall be holy. In Leviticus 19, y'all don't got to go there. It's the first, in order for you to do anything, any of his laws, you have to be holy. Okay? So that means stop doing things that you have learned in the world, that you grew up. You don't celebrate this no more. You got to stop. And you start adding on what you learn here. Right? So you become holy now. It's then after that. Now you can fear every man, his mother and father. If you're not holy, you ain't going to fear your mother. You ain't going to fear your father. Yeah. You have not fully separated yourself. And let alone the Sabbath. If you can't honor your mother and father, you ain't doing nothing with the Shabbat. You ain't doing nothing with the Shabbat. God don't care what you do on Shabbat. Because he said mother and father first. First is holy, then mother and father, then it's Sabbath. Because if you can't honor what's in front of you, you ain't going to honor the one you can't see. Then he says, keep my Sabbaths, because you know what honor is now. You have separated yourself to honor your mother and father. You can do the Shabbat now. It's not the other way around. Okay? Honor your father and your mother first. Complete that. Because no other law you do count. From the Shabbat on down. That's right. Let's go back.
As they were increased, so they sinned against me.
As they were increased, okay, as they got richer, okay, as they got more. Because while they doing all this against God, they getting money. Because there's nothing to hold me back from stealing. There's nothing to hold me back from scamming. There's nothing to hold me back from finding something in your house.
Wow. Your house.
Yeah. Put my foot on it in the store. God drop a 20. Put your foot on it.
And turn into a statue.
You put your foot on it and you stay there.
Turn into a God mind.
You stay there. Oh, look. You go like this.
Turn into a God mind.
You ain't in the phone. And you turned into this creep just for $20? God looking like, look at you, man. All this stuff we be talking about on Shabbat.
Great for a dub.
Look what he did.
Sold out for a dub.
$20 for a dub. For a dub.
Sold out for a dub.
These are the things you can't do, man. People will respect you more. Yo, man. You just got the $100 bill. You look at you. You gonna look at you like
Damn, and you ain't keep it?
because he wouldn't have did it.
He ain't doing it.
So a man
He
did
kept
it.
his own
He
power.
wouldn't have did it. So they like, whoa. Most people, I don't care who they are, when it comes to money,
Oh, well.
okay? So that's your God. Whatever you break God's commandments for, or what you put before God's commandments, that's your God. No matter what you say, that's your God. Time sheet.
Therefore will I change their glory into shame.
Now, I'm going to bring them down. They're not going to ride high. Look. They're not even going to be a nation no more. There is no nation of Israel. A nation has their own country. A nation has their own leader. The nation has their king. A nation has their place of worship. A nation has an army. Where's the army? Where's the army of the nation of Israel right now? Where? Show me him. Who's a member? Where can I sign up? Time sheet.
They eat up the sin of my people, and they set their heart on their iniquity. And there shall be like people, like priests, and I will punish them for their
So he
ways.
said, now the priests and the people are the same. Because the priests don't messed up. Like people, like priests. Time sheet.
And I will punish them for their ways and reward them their doing.
You know why? You know what the priests started doing? They started telling the people the stuff that the people was bringing, they kept for themselves. They didn't take the 10th. They took the 100th. They took everything. They kept the good stuff for themselves. Now, after a while, the people started bringing up sick animals with blemishes. And they would take the good animals and sacrifice them to the deities. That's why God said, don't bring that to sacrifice to me. He said, give it to your governor and see if he'll take it. Because if you get that to the governor's going to kill you. Back then, he would kill you. You can't just give somebody a throwaway. He said, yo, this what you think about me? You can't give me something you don't want no more. I don't want it either. Give me something brand new. That's like rice falling out your mouth, and you say, hey, you can keep the rest.
You know, spit all in the food.
You out of your mind. And that's men are like that because they want to show. So they want to scrap you. They want to give you scraps.
Kneecap.
Or they don't think about you at all. They don't involve you at all.
Kneecap.
When stuff goes, well, man, nobody told me about it. It makes you say, okay, I don't count amongst them or amongst him. It's going to make you feel away. Always keeping this guy out of the stuff, the good stuff. You're keeping him out.
Now you just with niggas.
And that's why God disregards you when the blessings come. Whatever you put out, you get back. Can we agree to that?
From you.
We agree to that?
That's right.
You put good out, you get good back. You're going to get it back. You put good out with evil intent, you're not getting good back.
That's right.
Time sheet.
For they shall eat and not have enough.
This is the part of the curses now. This is the curse now. That's that stands till today. You're gonna eat and still go back for more. It's never gonna be enough. Food will never satisfy you. Okay? A morsel of bread and some water will never satisfy you. You understand that? You turn into a greedy glutton. We have been turned into greedy gluttons. Well, we eat a lot. We eat more with our eyes than our stomach. It tastes better when coming off your plate. You know, people say that. God, I didn't even want it, but then when I saw you with it, now I want it. You are a covetous soul. These things are not good. You got to check yourself with that. Why everything tastes better when it's somebody else's? When I got it, I don't even care for it. But when you got it, it's a big issue now.
Be satisfied with what you got.
You got that's yourself you got to deal with. Time sheet. He said they shall eat and not have enough.
They shall commit whoredom. And shall not increase.
They're gonna commit whoredom and still have miscarriages. A lot of sex gonna be going on. Ain't no babies gonna be popping up. That's today. That's today. That's today.
Everybody want to itch.
Everybody. Okay? And in whoredom, a whore makes money. That's her services. Whores don't even make money today. Crazy. You shall not increase. You ain't gonna get rich off it. Not you, Israel. Not you, Israel. Maybe somebody else can get rich off it, but not you, Israel. You're not getting rich, Israel. You are not going to get rich, Israel. If you see a rich Israelite, he's being set up. It ain't no blessing. Something going down.
They about to get whacked.
Ain't gonna have it too long. All the Israelites I've seen had millions. They didn't have it too long, or they didn't live long enough to enjoy it.
You ain't gonna be no round. No entertainment for you.
Nah, you ain't gonna get that.
Nothing.
It's not your portion.
Right. Nothing.
And you made vows that you forgot about. You all made vows you forgot about to serve God for the rest of your life. Everybody don't say that out their mouth in their zealousness. Time sheet.
Because they have left off to take heed to the
The
Lord.
reason why this happened because we don't listen to God no more. Take heed means to take instructions from. Time sheet.
Whoredom and wine and new wine take away the heart.
Whoredom and wine. Woman and liquor. Or any place that houses woman and liquor. Yeah. You got many places. Hey, man, we're going to have the girls there. We're going to have a lot of liquor. They don't even talk about food.
Shiver Club.
Men are pulling up where there's a lot of women and there's a lot of drinks. Am I correct, y'all?
Right.
They got places called strip bars for that.
Shiver Club.
Okay? Lounges. You got after-hour parties. I turned my living room into the club. It's called the afties, the after hour. You ain't got to go to the club. See, when the club shut down 4 o'clock, the after hours start up at 5 and don't stop until 1 p.m. And there's lewdness in there, the whores is in there, and the wine is in there, and you in there having fun. It said it does what? It takes away what?
The heart.
The heart. And I'm going to tell you what it takes. It takes away the heart that you're going to have to serve God. That's what it takes away from you.
I don't feel like
Because you're going to be spending more time in there. You're going to be spending more time and money there than reading the book and applying this to your life. So that takes away your heart. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's going to come and say, hey, stop serving God. Nobody's going to come to you like that. You are going to do it willingly by going there, by following this, by doing this, activities that are against this.
prayer sunrise.
Okay?
Say I'm tired.
And that's what that does. This is an everyday, all day thing. Whoredom and wine. You find a guy in there that don't never leave.
You just wait outside till they reset.
He don't never leave.
Just wait outside till they reset.
Look, he's a regular there. He can get on the stage When the girls is up there, this guy gets on the stage and they don't say nothing to him. That guy's heart is gone. He lives there, man. He said, my people ask counsel at their stocks. You know what the stocks is?
Idols.
The idols, piece of wood. Okay? At their stocks and their staff, which is their maquel. Now,
Word had on.
I'll show you something. All right? And maquels are bigger than that. This is a golf stick. This is a golf. This is a golf stick. But I'm going to use this because a maquel is a staff, a rod. I'm going to use this for an example. There came a time whenever they started following the people round about them, they started serving their gods, they would bring the gods, the statues and pictures of the gods in their house now, to where you have a house full of gods. And on their staffs, they would put the head of the deity that they worship. Okay? This was a common thing. This was a customary thing amongst Canaanites and amongst Phoenicians. So the Israelites, when they followed them, they started, it wasn't lions. It was whatever God I serve now, whatever deity or idol I serve, the head of that deity or a statue or replica or whatever of that deity is put here. It's put here, right at the top of it. Because then whenever I go on my journey, I can ask the deity, because the deity is there on my staff. That's why it says, my people. My people means Israelites. They don't come and inquire of God no more. They counsel at their stocks, and their staff declare it to them. Right. Divination. But there's also, you don't just say, hey, is this going to happen? No. There were things that were done, and they can answer. Laban was doing things, and he can answer. Joseph was faking to be an Egyptian to his brothers. Remember?
Right.
They didn't know who he was. He's playing a part. In Egypt, there are certain cups that are used in divination. Certain things you got to drink. You got to drink the blood of the animal that you sacrifice to this deity to get an answer, for you to declare, for you to see insight. Okay? And that's why he said, hey, he took my cup that I used to do divination with. But Joseph never did divination. See, I noticed something. But when I was in school, they gave us books, little books to read. Not too many of us understood what we read. When I was in 3rd grade, not too many of us understood what we read. 4th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and so on and so forth. Not everybody understands what they read. So this book is not for everybody. That's why it was only for the king and the priest. Today, everybody got the book. So everybody got their own way of serving God. And that's why there's a lot of clashing going on. Because you got a lot of people who really don't know how to read and perceive what they read. You tell a person something, and they get it all. I said, no, I didn't tell you that. I said, boo, 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 boo. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Do you? I said, man, something wrong. Either that person is highly wicked, or they just, I don't know. But if you read thus, 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 or you hear somebody say thus, 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 why you say thus, 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 thus? Why you read thus, 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 thus? I didn't tell you thus, 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 thus. I said thus. Now you making me to look like a liar. So I don't tell nobody nothing no more. Tired of it. Tired of it. I got a household, I tell my household. I command my household. Yeah. Anybody living in my house gonna do what I say by God. Yes. Because I took God's rules and God's laws and put it on anywhere I'm at. I have to be able to execute all these commandments. The best way to do it is in your own house. And then everybody who's in there, you command them after you. People have a big problem with everything, and it ain't their house. Yeah, people have the most complaints, and it ain't their
It's
house.
someone else's.
The person that own the house ain't even complaining.
It's someone else's.
It's always the people that live in it. If you don't like it, leave and see the outcome. Most of the time, you should have stayed where you was at. You was better off. You was able to complete more with God where you was at. But you didn't like the test that was brung on you. You didn't like the stuff that was coming on you. So you could show God, hey, God, you see I'm still here. I survived that. I did that. I even ate this. I swallowed my pride with this so I could stay and serve God. Ain't no person could make me stop serving God. I don't care how much you hate me. There's nothing you could do to make me stop my duties.
That's right.
There's nothing that could be done to make me say, well, look, I'm going to another camp. I'm not doing this anymore.
I'm ready to poke you.
Nothing. You're going to wind up destroying yourself. You're going to get mad because it's not working. You're going to get frustrated because it's not working. And do something stupid to yourself. Time sheet.
My people ask counsel at their stocks, and their staff declare it unto them. For the spirit of whoredom had caused them to err, and they have gone a whoring from under their God.
Now you got the spirit of whoredom. That spirit of whoredom was not to be laying with people. The spirit of whoredom was to leave from God. No matter what your past was. You knew the truth now, but you pick whatever reason, whatever thing that got in your head. Okay? You use that because that's really what you wanted in your heart. You didn't want to be here in the first place. You wasn't feeling it deep down. So anything can get you from serving God.
Just wait for the right time.
Stop pointing the finger. Stop pointing the finger because it's frail. No. I see right through it.
Overall picture is God, man.
I see right through it. Whatever
Talk
excuse you got to stop serving God,
that's
what God used to get you out of here.
You got bugged, scrambled. Talk about it.
Think about that. Oh yeah, I don't go there. I don't do. You got kicked out. Wait. This is why I ask people. I said, okay, you don't go there no more. Where do you go? They don't go nowhere no more. The first thing they say is they stay home. I stay home with her. I said, I don't go nowhere because he got a problem with everybody.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Now,
a
year or two later, you see that same person on Saturday.
Crazy.
Saturday morning, you on your way to serve God.
You going to McDonald's.
Right? He worse than McDonald's.
Washing the car?
Oh,
Washing his
man.
car.
Damn. BT.
Washing his car. Or he's going on vacation
Damn,
with his
Johnny.
his children. Or this is the day they go to go. Don't you notice that
Disneyland.
all the days to go out, picnics, this event, that event is always on a Saturday. Y'all don't notice that? It's always on a Saturday. The biggest events in sports, rap, this, that, it's always on a Saturday. The most partiest night, the night to party the most is a Friday night. They made it that way.
Best night to become a pack.
Okay? All right?
Friday.
Okay? And Saturday is not God's day, it's your day. Sunday is God's day. And when Sunday comes, they don't treat it like their God's day. It's all of this is to get you from following God. After that, you on your own. That's Satan's. That's his thing. His thing is to get you from stop serving God. Everybody who's not serving God, he's not on their back.
Because you do it with him.
He's not on their back
because you do it with him.
No, because your destruction is at hand.
You're living it out.
You're living it out. However it ends, you're not serving God. So he ain't got to mess with you.
You're doing it with him. Right.
He ain't got to mess with you. That's who he messed with. The ones who made their mind to serve God. Now you got to watch out. Now that when you take this seriously, you're going to start moving different with people. Not offending, but to avoid. Because you know how you are. And And you cannot allow people to push your buttons because it's gonna get you out of place with God.
That's right. That's right. That's
Because
right.
I've done it's been don't happen with me. I said, man,
Hear it, Malak.
wow, I fell for the trap.
Hear it,
I
Malak.
let this guy provoke me.
Be a creep
And
like
now
that.
look, and now my mom's mad at me.
Yeah, hear it, Malak. That's for me.
Be a creep
And
like that.
look, he's the one that's wrong.
Hear it, Big Malak. That's for me. Hear it.
So stop letting people push your buttons.
Hear it, Big Malak. That's
Okay.
for me.
Sometimes people say things to make you move. Yeah. I know if I say this, I'm not gonna do this. He gonna say this.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Yeah. Talk about it, Nick.
People do that, man.
Wickedness. Yeah.
People know how you gonna react.
Wickedness. Talk
They
about
don't
it.
know how you gonna react.
Talk about it.
Guess what? Or they know that you're not gonna react in their favor.
Talk about it, man.
They go somewhere else.
Wickedness.
Ain't that what Satan did?
Yeah.
He said, look, Adam. I know he gonna figure it out. I can get through to her.
Talk about it.
Cause she got a little pride in her.
Once you get through,
I'm tapping that.
once you get through, you grandiose.
Yup,
So
yup.
it's
You up
response.
there.
Nah, man.
Yeah.
Talk about it, man.
You become more
Yeah.
than what God tells me to do now.
Talk about it, man.
I'm going out of my this is not my job.
Yeah.
Never been my job, but now I'm taking on things that's not my job.
Yeah.
And I'm getting I'm out of place. It makes me become out of place. Tom Sheep.
The sacrifice upon the tops of the mountains and burn incense upon the hills under oaks and poplars
Why?
and elms,
Uh-huh.
because the shadow thereof is
The
good.
shadow world is good, meaning the shadow is they can hide. So they know they're not supposed to be sacrificing. The Israelites knew they weren't supposed to be sacrificing. Where they went? To the top of the mountains. Just, I can't look at the top of the mountain and see you doing nothing. But I can see the smoke. That's what God says. He said, yeah. He said, he told one king, yeah, but you didn't stop this. He said, because I can see all the smoke in the hills. They hide and go up in there and praise deities. They said they eat swine's flesh and the rabbit and wipe their mouth and say, I haven't done nothing. You can't put your finger at me.
Come on, child.
You ain't see it. You ain't got no witnesses. Just that. I have not done nothing.
Come on,
And they
child.
ate. They said they eat the mouse, swine, and rabbit.
Come on, child.
That's what they were doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some come to Shabbat and observe Shabbat. Tonight, it's in a Masonic meeting.
Yeah. Israel is full of Masons.
Crazy.
Devil worship.
Let me tell you something about Israelites.
Talk
Most
about it.
Israelites in the world are down with the New Testament.
That's right.
They're down with Jake.
Yeah.
90% of people that call themselves Israelite today in the world, not in your city, in your world.
For Jake.
Okay? Most Jewish people, see those Jewish people? Most Jewish people are for Jake.
Yeah, them niggas are Jake.
There are more Christian Israelites and Christian Jews than anything.
Unity beliefs.
Okay? So watch yourself.
Yeah.
And this is why you're gonna meet Israelites that when you talk against certain things, it's blasphemous to them. That's why they're gonna say, well, wait a minute, hold on. Because they've been taught. You got a lot of people that say, oh, man, I'm an Israelite. I know I'm an Israelite, but their God is Jake.
Yeah.
Remember who started it? Christianity. Apostate Israelites.
Talk about it.
We heard about that word apostate. That's where the word apostle comes from. And most of the apostles had Hebrew names before they had Christian names. Something went on in the history. Okay? The last little bit of Israelites that was left turned over
That's right.
to Hellenism.
That's right.
Okay? And then this is where Christianity began.
That's right. Started with
Okay?
Israelites.
Israelites started that.
That's right.
Man, there's a lot of stuff they started. And they all started in Babylon when they went in them 70 years in Babylon. That's when the Kabbalah was created. The Mishnah was created. Talmud was created.
Yeah.
You are not supposed to be calling on God's name going by anything that's in the Talmud. There are big shots in Israel that go by the Talmud and looked upon and followed. and everything this guy say. But you know why he's looking for to follow? Because the people are hearing what they want to hear. Sometimes you can't blame the leader. Blame the people. People know. They pick and choose what they want to follow. They pick and choose the laws they're going to follow. And they say, well, look, over here, they follow the laws a little bit too hard for me over here. They shooting down things that I like. But over there, those Israelites don't shoot down the things I like. That's why you go there.
Be specific. That real fake crib. We ain't going there.
Strict. Where it's strict, you visit. Where it's strict, you visit. Where it's loose, you live.
We live there. We regulars.
You ain't gonna tell yourself about yourself, I will. I will. Where it's strict, you visit, and you're not frequent. Where it is loose, that's where you find a home. You even got a room there. Okay? Think about that. Tamshi.
Your daughters shall commit. Therefore, your daughters shall commit whoredom.
All right.
And your spouses shall commit adultery.
Since the man, you commit whoredom against God, serving these idols, I am going to put that same spirit that you got to turn from me. I'm going to put it on who?
Your daughter.
Your daughter.
Commit whoredom.
Wait. Your daughter. Because I know it hurts you more than the son.
Doesn't.
That little girl, man.
Doesn't.
That's my girl. What they say? Oh, got a girl. What they say? Oh, you got a girl. You get your shotgun out. Who's the shotgun for? The men.
Going.
They gonna come for her when she starts sprouting breasts and her waist go in. They gonna start looking. Somebody gonna run down on her, and she gonna be with it because you turned on God. Don't get mad. Some things you get. That's why the judgments of you can't kill nobody today. Because a lot of stuff that's being done, God put it on that person to do it because you do it. It's a lot of stuff that went down for here is not for now.
That's right.
God said, you turn to other gods, so I'm going to have your daughters. He said, shall commit whoredom. Like how you committing whoredom, you're bouncing from the true and living God to this deity to that deity. She going to bounce from man to man. Relationship to relationship. Marriage to marriage to marriage. Think about it. This is why it is the way it is, man. In all these years, nobody took notice of these things. Because you think you these people. It said, therefore shall your daughters commit whoredom. And who else? Your spouses. Who's your spouse?
The word in Hebrew is kalato, means your daughter-in-law.
Means your daughter-in-law. So your daughter and your son's wife. The son's wife, he don't even know why his wife turned on him.
Right.
But it's because of the son's father. You see how it go? My son's wife, which is my daughter-in-law, and my daughters, that spirit gonna get put on them. Oh, so no. Look, every woman that came here and got married or ran off, it wasn't all the woman's fault. It wasn't all. A lot of those situations was the man's fault. A lot of situations was the man that ran that woman off back into heathenism.
Mm-hmm.
Certain men was telling their woman, I don't want you going to Shabbat. Yeah. Israelite men was telling their woman, you can't go to Shabbat. I don't care that they say we can't eat blood and fat. You're going to cook this chicken. You're going to cook this turkey. You're going to make this meat the way I want. And that's why the relationship didn't last, why the marriage didn't last. Because the man was not guiding his wife and holding down his house, his household by this. He make it. The wife got to do whatever the man say. Even though she know it's wrong. That's on you, man. You making her commit iniquity because of you. God gonna see you like he did Ahab. Mm-hmm. You ain't stop her. When she asked for the signet, he's supposed to say, well, no woman's supposed to hold this, first of all. I only give this to trusted men to make decisions on my behalf. What was it? He was supposed to question her. And he was never supposed to give that signet up. What you want the signet for? Because you're about to make a proclamation and put my name on it and validate it with my name. That's why God said you did it.
King Ahab and Jezebel.
You knew she was going to do something. Whatever it was, you didn't care as long as you got that vineyard. Thank you. As long as you got what you want. You really didn't care how she was going to do it. And you know your wife. You know she ain't soft. She's hard. She's hard-hearted. Okay? She chases prophets and kills them. Okay? So you know how she is, right? Why are you giving her that signet? Why are you giving her that power? He's supposed to say, what you gonna do with that? He's supposed to question her. Did not God question the spirit? When God said, yo, who shall go down? He said, who shall go down? So who was it? Was it Ahab?
That was Ahab.
It was Ahab, right?
Yeah.
Who shall go down
He said, "What you gonna be a lying
and
spirit?"
be a lying spirit to him?
Yeah.
I need someone, God said, I need someone to go down and lie to him.
He said, "I'll be a lying spirit unto you."
No. Before that, you had a lot of spirits.
Mm-hmm.
You had some angels. And you said, a spirit said, I will do it. So, and it got God's attention.
That's right. He said, "God said how."
That's like in school. Everybody's doing this. I know the teacher. But this one guy said, I know a teacher. He said, oh, wow, this guy look like you come in. Right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
But God didn't send him. He said, how are you going to do
How you
this?
gonna do
What are you going to tell him? Tell me your procedure. Because I see you got a different procedure than everybody else. That's what Ahab was supposed to do with his woman. That's how you grill your woman. Yo, what you going to do with this? How you going to do it? What you going to say? Oh, no. You can't do that. You can't do that. Thank you, baby. I know that was for me, but you can't kill people. Yeah, you can't kill people. I see you. Wow, girl, you a kill dude for me? Just to get, oh, man, I love you too, but you can't do that, baby. That's what he was supposed to do to stop that. Because he became the one that got counted for. He was the one that was responsible for the murdering of that man now. And look what she did. She had to hire 2 men of Belial, worthless men. A worthless man is a man that don't care to break God's commandments, whether he know him or not. You paying me? Let's go. People, yo, man, I'll pay you. You come do this for me. Whoa, wait. I'm not coming to support you in nothing. You paying me? I'm not killing nobody for you. I'm not fighting nobody for you. I'm not a mercenary. I'm not for hire. Okay? People come to me a lot in the street. They're selling differences. And I'll be tired of it. I'll be like, yo, what you coming to me with that for? One man, so he said, yo, son, you got the power. People see you got the power. I said, oh, yeah, but I still, certain things I don't want to be a part with because that person is lying. I don't believe her or him. I got to hear the other story, the other part. I'm not taking this guy word. I want to hear what the other brother got to say or the other sister got to say. Because they never give you the whole thing. Look, I started it. I was wrong.
That's right.
I said this, that, and the third, but your man, he went overboard and he boom. Now, when I come and I ask, okay, what he said is true. You know why? He didn't edit the story.
That's right.
And we get so upset. I forgot that I cursed you out too.
Yeah. Yeah. You forgot you put me there, Johnny.
Because we get that upset. We get upset into a blind rage. Right or wrong? No, right or wrong. We get upset men. Some men get in a blind rage where anything come close, you get it. right?
Right.
Then when you calm down, you don't even remember that you swung on T-Black and he was trying to calm you down. These things happen. Be aware that these things can happen to you. You're not that perfect that you can't forget something.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Spouses. Okay, so you turn your spouses, you turn your girls against you. You turn against God, he make them go be hoes. He make them go be hoes. Not saying it's okay. It's justifiable to be a hoe, but God made these girls hoes because what you daddy was doing.
Yeah.
What you was doing with God. And look, your son ain't do it. You did it. And even though your son's wife gonna leave off because of what you did.
Oh.
You see that? See how deep it is? Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Upon the sons, it said. And when it hits your sons, it can make your son's wife go off. It can make your son go crazy, and it can make your son's wives go crazy.
That's right.
And you'll be like, yo, what the hell? But I ain't look at what I did, certain things I did.
Yeah.
God, I'm good with God, but I gotta pay for that. What I did in 1979. I gotta pay for that. I gotta pay for that.
Yeah.
You're gonna see it in your kid,
Yeah.
son or daughter.
Yeah.
But you good though. But certain things you did, you gotta pay for it now. Ain't no you die, you pay for it now. And most of the time you see it through your children. Count sheet. Oh, wait. What hurts you the most? What hurts you the most? Well, your wife and your children. That's what hurts a man the most. Right or wrong?
That's right.
If you insult his wife or his children, you might die. Am I correct?
Right.
Dude said, man, you don't do it to them, do it to me. She ain't got nothing to do with it. He'll give his life. I'll give my life for my wife. I'm not gonna stand there and you do anything to my woman.
That's a fact.
I'm putting myself in it. You got to do it to me.
Yeah.
You got to do it to me to get to my woman or my children. Totally guarded. Nah. So, and people tend to go after the ones you love. They go after your mother. Yeah. You got some dudes that kidnap your mother. You rich, you got a lot of money, and kidnap your mother. Because they know that's the only thing you love in this world. You got some men that naturally love their mother. They don't need God to honor their mother. You got some people who naturally honor their mother. They wouldn't do or say certain things around or behind their mother or their father, and they don't know God.
That's right. Talk about it.
Yeah. We ain't too good with God. We ain't too good with our parents where we think we are. You think you good. Top sheet.
I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom, nor your spouses when they commit adultery.
I ain't gonna punish them. That's why it's going down in the time where adultery, you can't put nobody to death for adultery now. So you can't do nothing about it. You gotta eat it. The way I had to eat, you serving another God. Time sheet. You think you could just make people eat stuff coming from you and it just stay that way? No. You gotta eat too. Learn how to humble yourself to God and to who you're supposed to honor. That's how you learn to eat stuff. But if you didn't learn that, nobody can't tell you nothing. Time sheet.
For themselves are separated with whores, and they sacrifice with harlots. Therefore, the people that do not understand shall fall.
Now, he said, but look, even them themselves, forget the deities, they like hoes. They like going around the hoes and being around harlots, all right? And they sacrifice with them, meaning they celebrate the sacrifices and eat with them. They're around the hoes at Christmas time. They go around the hoes around Easter time. They go around the hoes at the celebration, Labor Day. You go around the hoes. Yeah, Labor Day, Jubei, the Lou Day.
1st of January.
1st of January, which is, they call it the New Year. When somebody dies, you have what is called a repast, right? In Panama, they call it nine nights. In the Jewish society, they call it Shiva. Everybody has their version. We don't have that version. Y'all understand that now? And after I buried my father, you didn't hear none of us say, all right, come to my house, man. We got drinks, we got refreshments and food. Did we? No, the family came back home and ate. Because we all just a family. But we didn't have everybody coming here. We didn't even announce the whole thing. Because we knew we had to avoid the procedures of worshiping the dead like was commanded by our Father.
Hey, brother. Anniversary.
No anniversary of the dead. No anniversary of your wedding. No anniversary of, this is when we got the house. We had this house for 30 years, and this is the day I bought it. Housewarming. All these things we can't involve ourselves in. Hey, baby, I remember this time, 30 years together, and
Heathens, man.
renewing our vows.
Heathens, bro.
If you made a vow, you don't need to renew it.
Still standing.
How you renewing a vow?
You still standing.
It still stands. All you gotta do is keep it. This is games. This is games. High sun worship games. Because all of that comes from sun worship. Yeah. These games, man. High tech G, boy.
And so the people
Crazy.
coming, you gotta come to the
Thank you,
store.
Iman. I was just about to get to that. You see, the way God got everything set up, you ain't making too much money. You don't need it.
No, you straight.
You straight. You're gonna have
Just
God.
enough.
You let the God will provide.
He give you just enough.
Give you just enough, and it will satisfy you.
We don't drown.
It will satisfy you. But the wicked earlier, he said the wicked. He said they shall eat and not have enough.
Never satisfied.
So you don't serve God because you don't eat and have enough. So now everything you deal with is never enough. You're always gonna want more. You're always gonna want more of the bad thing. You see the mentality we put ourselves in, man? Put ourselves in a bad strait. Now you see why our minds think the way it think. Come see.
Though thou, Israel, play the harlot, yet let not Judah offend. And come not ye unto Gilgal.
He said, even though Israel was the 10 tribes. He said, all right, Israel is playing the harlot. Judah, you ain't got to follow. Let not Judah offend. But guess what? He did later on. He did, and he wound up doing worse than Israel. Because if I saw what you did with God and God punished you, boy, who am I to do the same thing? Thinking I'm better than you. I think I'm better than you, number one. And I wound up doing the same thing you did and worse. That's what happens to everybody when their pride gets high and they think they're better than someone. Okay? All you do is sing. And then I shut you down, and what I start doing? Singing.
50 cents.
I start singing.
50 cents.
I start doing the same thing I'm pointing my finger at you for. And everybody was pointing the finger. Now I'm singing. Nobody pointing the finger. It's a wicked man's wickedness.
Oh, that man stop.
That's why I be saying, that's why I look at certain things, I be like, nah, it was something personal. He ain't mad about that. He's using that.
Right.
And then the people want me to shut up because I figure things out too quick. Take my turban off. I figure out things too quick. Even certain females said, nah, I ain't messing with him because I can't play my games with
Get
him.
over.
I can't get over on this guy. I can look in his face and see he's not having it. So I get excluded with a lot of things.
Don't invite him.
Good.
Don't invite him.
Good. Good. I'll be like my God. I dwell alone. I'll be like the prophets, sit in the cave. That's why some of them sat in caves. Y'all understand that? Because look, the people ain't right, and I'm not going to be around them for them to do me dirty. That's why a lot of them sat in caves. Okay? And they were tuned into God. They didn't have TVs. They didn't have entertainment. They didn't have these things. their mind stayed on God more than people today. Township.
And come not ye unto Gilgal, neither go ye up to Bethaven, nor swear the Lord liveth.
Don't go up there and doing that because you're going to leave here. All those places are corrupt. Those places became ghetto cities. Those places became the ghetto, the hood. Can you trust anybody out there?
No.
Anything can happen once you walk out there, right or wrong.
Yep.
So be killed.
That's how it was in Israel after a while. You didn't have to worry about the Moabites coming and doing nothing. Your brother gonna do it. I ain't got to worry about look. The Canaanite around the corner. He ain't gonna never come at me. But my brother will. My brother will kill me quicker than the Canaanite will. And that's not supposed to be that way. That's not supposed to be that way. Me and you supposed to be able to kill that Canaanite.
You don't get fussed
Quicker.
with nobody in the streets.
You with the Canaanite, man.
Nobody.
It's not supposed to be that way. But God made it that way. God made it that way as a result of us always not going and not adhering to His word and then doing each other dirty. He don't like when we do each other wrong. Turn sheet.
But Israel slid it back as a backsliding heifer.
You know what a backsliding heifer is? My father said, try to imagine a baby calf, trying to do the moonwalk. You can only do the moonwalk with 2 feet. Imagine a calf doing it with 4 feet and walking backwards. It's hard. A calf can't even walk backwards. Y'all know that? They can't. See how you can walk backwards in a full line? An animal cannot do that. Especially a calf. They not too long learn how to walk. A calf just not too long learn how to walk. It's a baby cow. And he said Israel slided back as a backsliding heifer. That's how you look. You look like something that a cow can't even do. The calf can't even do that. Walk backwards. But that's how you look when you go against God. Turn sheet.
Now the Lord will feed them as a lamb in a large place. Ephraim is joined to idols.
He said, Ephraim? He said, no. These are Israel. He said, Israel, they're done. Judah, don't follow them in the fence. Then he looked at Ephraim and said, Ephraim, he's joined to idols. No. This dude ain't dropping it.
He said he loved it.
He loved it. His glory is in that. He loved his idols. Certain people ain't getting rid of those pictures. I'm letting you know right now. Certain people ain't getting rid of them pictures. No matter what you show them, no matter what they read it, they ain't getting rid of the pictures.
My mom.
Emotionally attached. Okay? Joined.
Connected.
Okay?
Attached. Associated. United.
Hate. Kabad.
Kabad, yep.
Right?
That's the word.
To unite, to join, bind together, be joined, be coupled with, be in league with, to have fellowship with
idols.
So I unite with the people who follow the idols. I join myself. You know, you could join yourself to God, and you could join yourself to the devil. You could join yourself to an idol.
Simply a night.
He said, I could bind. Bind together means now it's more than one. I'm with this. I'm with y'all. I'm putting my foot down with y'all. I'm here. I picked a side, right? Coupled up with. Paired up. So in serving other idols, I marry a woman. I pair up with someone who serve idols like me.
Holding hands at the prayer.
Okay? Yeah. Holding hands. Everybody in the circle holding hands. No good. He said, though they joined hand, they are joined. They are joined hand in hand. None of that. We don't pray like that. We don't do nothing in a circle. Once you get in the circle,
you get beat.
our posture is to fully prostrate ourselves on the knees, okay, on down, okay. You gotta be on your knees, or you could be like this, or down. Or if you're standing up, you're like this. There is no other way.
There's no other word.
That's what the book says.
I challenge. No. Don't challenge me. Don't challenge me. Because I searched and studied damn near all my life and still looking out. There is only one way and one posture to pray to God. All those other postures are Masonic.
Devil
They
worship.
all come from Masonic. And the head of the Masons is the devil.
That's right. Devil.
Masonry started a long time ago, y'all. Masonics. It started before the medieval ages.
Yeah.
Okay? It had to do with the knights, the Christian knights of England.
Templar.
And they were called the Knights Templar. Their temple and their logo was the cross.
Ones that saw hot cross runs.
And this is where the order of Masonic orders, all divinations of Masonic orders come from that.
Right.
These were the Christians that served the devil
That's right.
behind the door.
And devil worship
They
crows.
tell you it's Jake, but
Niggas
behind
that
Jake
crows.
is really the devil. Okay?
That's right.
In the Vatican City, they got a big thing of Jake there, but right up under it, in the basement, you want to know what they got there?
Got that nigga there.
They got the picture of Lucifer himself in his winged form. Not that goat stuff we see, in his winged form.
Crazy.
Like a wing, like a bat. Okay? And that's candles. That's why we don't mess with candles.
Stars.
Candles is part of worship to deities and the devil. Okay? Anytime you seen candle or candlestick in
It
here,
says menorah.
in the Hebrew,
It says menorah.
it says menorah,
Menorah.
an oil lamp.
A lamp. Anytime it say candles, it says menorah in the Hebrew. It means a lamp. Anytime. Anytime.
But then you're going to have people who argue with that because they still have anniversaries of day. You have Israelites that make altars. Okay? This brother, my mother died or my father died. I go to this brother.
Damn shrine.
He already think he a big shot. So I go to this guy and he makes an altar for me. What is the purpose of that altar? That person's dead. So what am I going to put on that altar? The remembrance of everything that reminds me of that person that died. The first thing is a facsimile of that person. We call it picture. A facsimile is a copy that is not real.
Forget the cup of water.
Hold on. We're on pictures right now. Do you know with pictures, people could do voodoo worship?
Yeah.
Because it's a link.
Yeah.
They could get to the person that's living through a poor copy of you. They call them, and if I don't have a picture, I could make a little doll. It's called an effigy. That's why we don't let our girls play with dolls. That's why we don't let the boys play with action figures. Because it's a copy of someone.
Or replica.
Okay? See Samuel L. Jackson? He was in Star Wars. The character he played in Star Wars, they make toys out of it. You see how even the actors and actresses and rappers become gods to you? You got them on your wall. Anything you put on your wall, you venerate. That's why my Abba, when he found that, I said, yo, we ain't supposed to have pictures. He didn't buck it. And you know what we did? It was a big thing in here because pictures was all over here. I don't think no Israelites had more pictures than us. Okay? They didn't have we had the 6-point star all over. It was like graffiti. Open up the closet door. Inside the closet door, you see, look, I had a rap group, and the 6-point star was the logo for my rap group because that's what we believed. But then we study and find out this is not true. And when we tried to show other Israelites, they didn't see that. So you know what I said? They're not meant to see it. They are meant, from what I'm reading, they are meant to serve 6-point stars and 5-point stars, which is the hexagram and the pentagram. One to invoke a spirit, one to evoke a spirit. Okay, this is how you get in contact with
Cast
evil
in and cast
spirits
out.
with the 6-point star, and it's not a star, it's called a hexagram. When somebody throw a hex on you, mean they put a spell on you. They cast a spell on you. And the only way to do that is to sit inside of that space called a hexagram or a pentagram, depending on what you want to do.
Fact.
They took that.
Niggas know that.
They took that, incorporated it, and put it on Solomon. They said Solomon. They said Solomon. I said, no. I ain't read that. Y'all lying. Y'all Masons are lying. That's why a lot of Israelites go there. Because they taught that Solomon was in control of the jinn. Yeah. It said that Solomon made houses to other gods for his wives, right? But he didn't do that.
Fact.
It says what he did. All right? He did not do that. He said, the Masons, the first Mason was Solomon, and they were woodworkers. No. A Mason, you got the two different meanings.
Break it down, Chief.
Okay? The first meaning is a person who works in carpentry and cement work. Yeah, that is called masonry. Now they took that skill and made a religion out of it. Yeah. Get that now? Yeah. That's why the compass and the ruler is part of their logo. Because in masonry with cement and dealing with architecture is measurements. So what they did was take numerology, right? They take numerology and they take that skill of carpentry and mix it. So now certain temples is made 6 by 6 by 6. Ain't that 666 supposed to be? Okay. That's how they do. It's certain levels and a certain amount of number that they call degrees. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about, man. Listen and study, man. That's why certain places we ain't got no business going in. I'll go up in the church to teach the people. You better tell the people come here. When you go amongst theirs, you ain't gonna get it all because they're too comfortable in their spot, and you don't belong in there. You cannot go in a place where another God's name is called on, where any other worship is. You can't go in there. You go in there, you corrupt your spirit. I can't go if I'm a painter. They said, well, today we're painting the church. I'm not working today. I'm not painting no church. Y'all hear me? I don't care what job it is. Well, you just gonna lose your job. Well, God will provide, like Abraham said.
Better job.
God will provide. God said, ooh, I like that type of sacrifice. That's the sacrifice we're supposed to be doing. Giving up the stuff that we like, that we know is wrong before God. Not no lamb, because you killing them. You killing them.
You sacrificing the devil.
That is not the place where God chose to place his name there, so it's not accepted. The guy who did the killing is not a priest. He hasn't been consecrated.
You ain't supposed to get it. You pawn it, nigga.
Where's the breastplate? All these priests is out here. Where's the breastplate? Where's the Urim and the Thummim? I got questions. I gotta ask God, and I can go to the priest and get a question from and an answer immediately from God.
You light up.
You don't have none of these things. Your house got idols in it. Your house got idols in it. You eat blood and fat. You shave. You wear foreign apparel. You celebrate days that's not in here. Are you really one that serve God? Finish this off.
Ephraim is joining the idols. Let him alone.
Leave him alone, man.
Their drink is sour.
You know why? Because he's a scorner. That's scorner. He's joined. Leave him alone. I got Ephraim.
I don't want to hear that, yo.
All right? Time sheet.
Their drink is sour. They have committed whoredom continually. Her rulers with shame do love give ye. The women have bound her up in her wings, and they shall be ashamed because of their sacrifices.
Because of their sacrifices. Okay? The only sacrifices we're supposed to be doing today is sacrificing the things we like that is wrong before God.
You don't sacrificing no lambs, man.
That's the only sacrifice that God accepts today. He said, I accept the calves of your lips.
Right.
Not these calves y'all killing.
By smoking.
Why is it you got to go against everything God say in the book?
Because they're supposed to.
Uh-oh.
Cut zone.
That's another story.
Block it.
That's another story
Yeah,
that I'm going to bring for Monday. When we come back Monday,
Baruch
which is the
Shalom.
last day
Baruch
of the
Shalom.
Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Baruch
Shabbat Shalom.
Much Au, 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 au.
Yeah, Shama had me on fire the whole day. I couldn't wait to get
I
upset.
said,